I'm Dr. Isara Tanakel Sabun. I'm a moderator for this class for Professor Dr. Asadullah Baloch. He is a professor from Chemical Engineering Department, B2M, Pakistan. For our class today, Professor Asad will uh, give some special class to you for the title of Manuscript Workshop and Tip for Publishing in High Impact Journal in Chemical Engineering Field. For our class today, we have two sections. Morning section from 10 to 12 a.m. According to Thailand time. And then for afternoon section on 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And during class go on. I assign Sutipong Ratanahiran for your assistant professor. Thank you so much. And then you please follow your class. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isara, for giving me this opportunity to interact with the students and the respected faculty members at PSU or maybe around in Thailand or elsewhere. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the students. And good morning, Sitipong. You're always there to help me. Thank you. And I welcome all the students and the faculty members for this another interactive session. Let me begin my presentation first. I think we don't have much students still. There's time to join for them. So let me first share my screen. Am I audible to everyone? Is the screen is visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your feedback. So today my session is about the manuscript workshop and tips for publishing in high impact journals in chemical engineering field. Before that, I had also two interactions on the same topic, but a little bit difference in the background of the topic related to the research publications. But my areas is I just prepared my lecture that covers all the fields, not only the chemical engineering, but it will cover. You can use these tips for publishing in any subject. For example, related to the social sciences and any other related field of engineering, particularly because you are from the environmental management sciences, so it is also applicable for that subject as well. But second thing is that chemical engineering is also a vast field. There are many subfields present in chemical engineering. So I will also describe you one by one in the slides that what the areas which are going to be covered in publication under the chemical engineering field. But before that, I will have some motivational slides for you to let you be motivated for publications. Let me first begin my presentation. This is my small profile, not the complete one, but belongs to the academic background. So I'm professor working in BUITEMS, Pakistan, and I have also done my PhD and postdoc in the chemical engineering field. Member of some international organizations and institutions like American Institute of Chemical Engineering, and editorial board and reviewer of some renowned journals. Let me begin my topic. As Dr. Isara told you that my presentation covers two sessions. So session one, I will suggest you some tips and the background of the publications and some related topics to the publications which help you to write and publish in the field of chemical engineering and else field. In the second session, we will also continue our English, some English phrases. I will tell you how to write in the publications, and we will discuss if you have any research paper you have written and not submitted yet. So I suggest you to bring it, and we will discuss. If you want to, let me tell you some corrections or some suggestions. So you should present it here. So my topic covers general tips for writing research paper and steps in research paper writing. I will let you know one by one that how to write research paper, starting from the title to the conclusion and the references. In my third presentation, I will let you know writing and publishing research paper in chemical engineering. So before going to start my presentation and giving you tips for the publications, let me give you some slides of motivation, because if you are motivated to write, so you can write very easily with peace of mind. But if you are not motivated, you will do it as a job, because you have to do it for your PhD thesis or for your master's thesis, or maybe necessary for your postdoc or something else. But I think writing is not restricted under the under your only for restricted for PhD or masters, or if you are a teacher or if you are a scientist. But everyone can write. Means if you are in any other organization. So writing is a continuous process, but writing comes after you are motivated to write. So as you can see that your brain is a supercomputer, update its software. So how can you update your software? You should read. So before writing, reading is very important. And podcast experiences that you got by practical doing practicals in your PhD, in your masters, and any other related practical doing your professional job as well, and protects. So how you protect your battery? Just give it a rest for at least 8 hours. And mostly I have seen that the PhD and master's students, they used to work late night. So late night working, ideally I don't agree with that, and I don't like you to just work on till late nights, because if you work till late night, you will not wake up with fresh mind. So next day you also have to start a new practical experience. But if you are not fresh, you cannot do it as well. You can just do it as a formality. So I think you should have a good rest before going to start your new practicals or new assignments. So connect with nature. Also give yourself a rest. I mean, if you are working at the office or maybe uh, in your laboratory, I used to do that, because once I was doing my PhD, I've also been in PSU. So I used to have had a rest between just I did the experiments at morning. I set the experiments, and at 11, round about 11, I went down outside and just had a walk, and then came back and had a chat with my friend, and then came back at 12, and then again started my experiments, and then lunch, and just like that. So don't put so much burden on yourself. Give yourself a time to do your work very relaxed, in a relaxed environment. Don't make it in conducive environment. And connect with technology detox, just because once you work, you are also working on some electronic gadgets. So please, if you want to write, and please concentrate on writing. And if you are working on experiments, so concentrate on that experiment. Once you are free, then you can use your gadgets. So clean its hard drive. Clean it means don't put much pressure of the previous work, because most of the time, if you are working and you did not had some good results in previous day, you take the burden of that, you will not be fresh in the next day. So just forget it. And if you had a some not some good results, you can repeat them. You can repeat to just verify your results. And if still they are not good, so you can just use an alternate method. Don't just rely on that. You can just use another alternate method and continue that. And journals, uh, you can see the journals, and you can read before you write, as I told you before. Self-talk, uh, you can, because if you are alone at your laboratory or at your office, at that time, self-talk may help sometimes. So you can use this tip as well. Another motivation, because uh, improvement, if there are two choices, if you go to the betterment or if you go towards the decline or worst, choice is yours. So the things which make yourself to go towards the betterment or improvement, these are reading, writing, fresh mind, uh, good rest, practices, discussion, and practical. And the things which take you towards the decline, these are demotivation, no or less practicals. Sometimes you see the people around you, maybe they are your colleague or maybe friends. They used to say that if you are doing this practical, they doesn't have any worth, or they doesn't come very much uh, positive, with positive endings. So don't rely on these things. Just do whatever you have targeted to do. So for that purpose, don't rely on the people's first. You should read it. Maybe for the confirmation, you read the journal, the articles, uh, the related discussion with your colleagues, and then you can decide what is good and better for your studies. And you can see in this slide that what will be the impact of mislead on you, uh, because if you take burden of the previous day, and if your results still you did not had got your result findings, you are working till late nights, and then you see that what are the impacts. It comes in your sleep, that like a nightmare. So don't take burden of the previous thing. Just be relaxed, sleep early, and then next morning come with a fresh mind and do the experiment, and then let's see what happened. And if your results doesn't come good, it's okay. You can just repeat them. You have enough time. So if they are good, so you can just write them. Think positive, the results will be positive. So always you should, because sometimes students say that they think that if I do this experiment, maybe I get the negative results. This is what you think negatively before doing your experiments. Once you did not have done your experiments, how you can say that the results will be good or bad? So be positive. You think you will get the positive results once you do your experiments. You will become positive, the results become positive as well. Let me start my first session, the journal tips for writing a good scientific paper and the publication process. The research process is a composition of for what purpose you are doing your research. If it's a PhD or master's research, but still, uh, because this is not restricted to PhD or master's. Some like Dr. Isara, they do their research on different fields, on the different industrial products. So research is not restricted for a particular educational process, but you can do research at any time of your life. because if you join the university, still you are in the research process. And what is actually your research area, and on that research area, what research question arises. So you should immediately write. Writing is good habit because once you think about the research question, sometimes there are various questions comes in your mind, and at the next day when you think about writing or doing the research, you forget few of them. So I suggest that once the question arises in your mind, you should write them with you, so that in the next day if you want to remind, so they are already written with you. Assumptions, there are several assumptions on the basis of what you are, because if you are continuing the previous work, so you will get the literature. But if you are not going to continue the previous work, so you must have some assumptions as well. Because, and for assumptions, the experiments, number of experiments will be higher than the practical which you are continuing from the previous work. Sampling method, what method you are adopting. Data collection, because uh, in engineering, data collection is somehow different. In other sciences like social sciences or health sciences, the method is very different. And next is the research methodology, what methodology you will follow to accomplish your work. Quality criteria, the most important thing, because nowadays if you want to publish, the reviewer first look into the quality of your paper and quality of your work. How they check the quality of your work? They analyze it by the writing sequence first, how you have written in a flow. And the second thing is what experimental methods you have adopted. Are they modern or they are far back, you have taken from the literature which are very old? The second thing is the quality goes to your analytical methods. So you should adopt the analytical methods which are very modern and unique in your this research area. And the data analysis, as I told you, the analytical methods, how you analyzed your data, because you take the samplings and you take the experimental findings, but the main purpose of the experiment is at the end analyzing the data. So that is the most important and the crucial part, because in some cases I have seen that the students have conducted very good experimental work and they have got very good results, but due to the poor analytical methods or the poor analytical equipments, their results were not good. And I just suggested them to check their results twice, because if you see that your results by using one analytical equipment are not coming good, so you should send them elsewhere to check that whether the results are coming same or not, to confirm your result. So same I suggest to you, that if you have the opportunity or if you have the equipment at your own lab, so this is a very lucky for you. But if it doesn't exist in your lab, so but you should repeat the experiment at least thrice, or maybe sometimes you change your equipment. If the equipment, for example, in Prince of Songkhla University, uh, all the equipments are in central engineering, I think, testing lab. Their results are very reliable, very good. I have also conducted the experiments and I have given my samples. Most of the time, their results are very good. But still, if you have some confusion, as I have also done the practice, I had some confusion on some experimental work and I took the samples to elsewhere and then conducted the analytical analysis again. And then a slight difference was there, but still I suggest that you can do this practice if you are doubt on the results. Report writing, and report writing is that once you are doing your work, you have started your work, every day you should write something that may be related to your experimental work or may be related to your uh, thesis, or maybe title, or maybe anything related to your everyday routine. But you should write, you should keep writing your notes. Be professional always. uh, you can see from these figures, somehow they're funny, but uh, still there are two lying. Once you lie to yourself, another lying with your friend, because once you lie with yourself, the results are good, but still you tell yourself that results are not good, and the results are, if good, not good, then you just telling yourself that the results are good. And once you write, if it's still not good written, but you just uh, tell yourself that, and force yourself that it is written very well, you should submit it to the journal. So for this purpose, if you don't rely on your written uh, publication, I think you should take suggestions from your colleagues. You can take suggestions from your advisor, or maybe from the RDO, or some professional proofread. Okay, this thing I'm again going to tell you that once you are going to write, before writing, reading is very important. And for reading purpose, you must have very valid document for that. Valid document means if your research area is on uh, fuel, or maybe biofuel, but you are reading the research articles on gasification, or maybe for on pyrolysis. So be focused on your own research area. Download the articles relate very closely related to your research area, and download the latest one, because the methodology changes with respect to time, and with respect to the modification and upgradation of the experimental work. Maybe you will get some good methodology in the latest research. Other than that, that you should continue following the previous methodology from the old literature. Book improve your imagination. Books develop critical thinking, and reduce your stress, because not only the books related to your research area, you can just take the books related to the, maybe you like the books related to the environment, related to the culture, or anything, because book reading is not only restricted to your uh, focused thesis or your research area. It improves your creativity. You find some new things by reading the books, motivate you, and improves your reading skills actually. Because if you read book, it have more pages than as compared to the journal publications. So most of the students get bored once they read the articles, because they are just, they have similar kind of just from starting from the abstract title, methodology, and then go towards the results and then conclusion. So once they read two or three publications, they get bored. So at that time, I suggest you to take some books, or maybe some walk, or maybe you can relax. Don't put burden on you. At least if you can just read one article a day, it's more than enough. Because if you do this practice, in 30 days you can read 30 articles. Because once you start writing your manuscript, you need more articles to be referred there. Because if you read 100 or 200 articles, you choose only 50 or 40 articles from them to be included in your manuscript. So for this purpose, if you read at least one paper a day, so it will take around 3 months to read 90 papers. So you can think that how much your practical work take, how long time, how long the practicals take in your thesis, in your research or project. Read before writing. Another thing that I have seen, people used to, or scientists used to download so much paper. they don't know that which paper they have read already and which they need to read it. So I think one by one you can do it. So you can see from this figure that there are several papers you have already downloaded, but you have not gone through them and you are still downloading papers. Downloading is very easy because it takes a short time, but reading is, the students feel difficult to read it because it takes a longer time. So I suggest you to initially download few papers. For example, you download 5 papers and then read them, finish them, come to a conclusion, and then download another 5 papers and mark them that they have already, you have gone through these articles. So you should keep your record with you in the relevant citation software, or maybe in some kind of folders with you. Download most relevant articles, read complete articles to come up with a conclusion, confirm methods by reading another article. If you are doubt on any article methodologies, you can just search another one, but do it from any renowned publications or journal. They have good methodologies. They always follow good methodologies. So don't waste your time by downloading hundreds and read only few. Write down important points and references. Okay, one thing that I will add here, that student used to read the publication and then go to the next one and continuously reading, but they don't keep their findings from the articles with them. At that time, I suggest you to, whether if you have the articles in the hard copy, so you can highlight the important points from there. And if you don't have the hard copy, so you can write the thing which are most important needed by you in your practical work. So keep writing and keep the notes with you. These are some relevant literature. You can download them and read them. Very good articles related to the publications of review paper and research articles, communication letters, and uh, literature related to your thesis work. And you can see tips for writing APA style research paper. You can go through uh, mm, uh, these literatures later on, because I have just posted them for your reference, that you can go through them. If it's easy for you to download them, then it's good. Otherwise, you can ask me, I can send you them, the complete research articles. These are the referencing web pages which you can consult for the research articles and the um, updated journals and updated publications in the future. Most of them you can see are very close related to the Web of Science journals, or Scopus, Princeton Nature, and Taylor and Francis, Pillay and Sons. What are the types of manuscript? Uh, Initially, once you are in writing phase, you think that what kind of article should I write? Whether it would be a research article or review paper or short communication. Some have impact on your PhD thesis, and some doesn't have impact on your PhD. Because there are some requirement of the university as well for completing of your, if you are PhD student, they need article, at least 2 article, I think, for from PSU in the Web of Science in high impact journals. And if you are postdoc student, postdoc fellow, then most of the Thai universities, they ask you for the publication of publication of uh, I think Q1 ranking. They say that tier one from Web of Science journal, and if you are outside, I think mostly they need one. But if you are doing some projects, the requirements may change. So be focused on that, because some of the universities, or maybe the um, employer, that don't accept review paper. because if you spend your time, you spend your energy on the review paper, but it will not be counted in your master's or PhD thesis. So I ask you to start writing research paper first. If you have completed your requirement, then you can write review paper or research articles in future, anytime, whenever you like. And then if you are enough mature in your field, you have written a lot of paper, then go for book chapters. Don't initially start writing chapter, because if you have experience on writing research articles, then review articles, then you can easily write book chapters. But if you don't have experience for research paper writing and directly you go to the book chapter writing, it will make problems for you and take lots of time. So I should suggest that go for research article. Uh, Another thing is review article writing. If you have enough time, review article can help you to include which article in your research paper, manuscript, once you are going to write your manuscript for publication in the high impact journals. So in that case, you can also start with a review article. But if you have enough time, because review article takes more time, you need to read more articles for review than to for the research paper. So think about that. For review articles, at least you should read 300 or more articles and then choose more than 100 articles to be included as a reference in your research manuscript. And also you uh, continue collecting the data and writing the things, but at the end, once you are going to write your manuscript, you don't know what to include in that paper. Maybe your data is more for one paper and they may be included for 2 or 3 papers, but you think that they are just only for one paper. You should summarize them and separate them for individual papers, right? Like for uh, once you have written your data and collected your data with you, you should separate with the titles. You should choose titles for your papers. For example, if you are doing the biofuel production from biomass waste, so in biomass waste, you have to gasify it. You have to prepare a proper catalyst for that and do some experimental work. And what are the parameters which can change the composition of the product? So you can write one paper on that composition separately, right? And you can write one paper on using different kind of feedstock for the production of biodiesel. And then you can write another paper to change the variables such as your temperature, your conditions, the biomass quantity, or something like that. So you should, if you have enough data, too much data, don't put all of the data in one paper, because at that time you will also be confused what graph what figure you should include in that paper and what should be excluded. There are various, because once you are writing uh, you're collecting your data, at the meanwhile you have some figures with you, you have some analytical findings with you, lot of things with you. You cannot put all of them in one paper. So which journal is topic of my paper within the scope? Journal, this is very critical point, because most of the journal, they have mentioned in their front page that what is their scope. Read first of all their scope. Is that scope matches with your research area and your findings, or maybe your thesis? So if the scope matches, you can just go for that journal. And then the second thing you need to see is whether the journal is not in the Bill's list, that is not a fake journal. For that purpose, I think you should go directly to the journal list of Web of Science or Scopus, or maybe renowned journals publishers like the Taylor and Francis, or maybe some organizational institutional journals, for example, Korean Institute of Environmental Engineers, or maybe Brazilian or American or something like that. You can choose from there. And maybe your own Thai institutional journals, for example, Chiang Mai Journal of Science, that have impact factor in Web of Science. You can choose that one as well. Would it match my audience? Secondly, uh, for whom you are writing your research paper, whether it matches with their scope or not. Mostly your audience are the scientists, the master's students, the PhD students, or maybe postdoc fellows. So you should think about those audience, and then you can write. Ask mentor or other senior researchers. Uh, as you discuss with your advisor every week, I think there is a schedule for you for PhD or master's students. You can discuss with your PhD advisor there which journals is good for your research article. And obviously, you should see the impact factor. Mm, but you can select for the journal. I suggest you in which journal you are going to publish. Initially, don't submit your article. First, go to the journal and download 2 to 3 articles from that journal and then read them. You can get an idea that what is the scope of that journal and what is the criteria for publication. You can just go through those articles and you can see that how much data they have given in their papers and what kind of analytical things they have included in their papers. So you can get an idea that how much is the scope and the criteria of this journal for the publication, and consequences of wrong decision. Because if you submit to the journal which takes long time, also you should see the time of publication and review, because most of the journals, very high impact journals in the elsewhere, have a shorter time. But when you go to the other journals, they may vary with the time frame of reviewing and accepting your paper. So once you submit to the any journal which is not under your scope, then maybe he takes 2 or 3 months for the review time and then return your paper while saying that this is not under the scope of the journal. Some journals, they return it immediately in 1 or 2 days that this is not under the scope. And in some journals, maybe the editor don't have time or the reviewer doesn't have time. So they take your paper and don't answer you for 3 months or 2 months. After 2 months, they say that your paper is not under their scope. So I think it's a big time to lose during your PhD or master thesis. Choose very wisely once you are going to send your manuscript. Let me tell you that the vast leading areas in chemical engineering recently, these areas, peoples are working on these areas for publications. Uh, mm, Involve the catalytic conversion. As I have seen, because catalytic conversion is included in every field, in, in not in only chemical engineering, maybe environmental engineering, maybe mechanical, civil, or any engineering. Nowadays, scientists are looking for alternate catalysts to give higher conversion with less quantity. So these are the main 2 tasks to be used. Means they need the catalyst. So you should focus in on this point if you are working on some uh, uh, research area which have uh, catalyst involved. So for example, in renewable feedstocks, into chemicals typically produced by petroleum feedstock, for example, in gasification, in um, biogas formation, in biodiesel formation, in waste conversion or waste management or environmental management. So I think another is development of high energy density batteries. And this is another vast field. Peoples are looking for a very higher adsorbent for the capacitors or maybe supercapacitors in this field. So or maybe hydrogen fuel cells. alternate fuel cells for vehicles, for everyday use, and for alternative energy, development of more efficient solar cells, organic solar cells, uh, perovskites. Mostly, I've seen that scientists are also working on because once you install solar plates in cold regions, they may get affected by the snowfall, and maybe in Thailand, due to high humidity, maybe the solar cells are affected by the high humidity. So you can do your research according to your area on the humidity deposition on the solar cells, on the solar plates. And maybe if you are going to work on the global impact, so you can also work on the ice deposition. So you should find any coating, any kind of coating which don't let the ice to be uh, deposited on the surface, or maybe humidity. So these kind of research are very common. And protein chromatography, separation and purification. So algae, some scientists are working on biomass like algae, or some aquatic biomass, or maybe surface biomass, mangroves. So they are used to extract some kind of proteins or related food ingredients or medicinal ingredients from uh, mm, those uh, mangroves or forests or biomass. Nanoparticle synthesis, and nanoparticles might be organic or inorganic. People are also working on alternate catalyst for synthesis, so another field of catalyst. But the synthesis nanomaterial is a vast field, as you know, that the synthesis is not restricted for few elements or few uh, products, but you can do the synthesis practice on every product if you want to do so, on hit and trial method as well. Carbon capture and sequestration, carbon capture from the exit gases of gasification is nowadays a very good field, uh, because uh, or maybe carbon dioxide capturing from the exit gas of gasification, or maybe any related uh, alternative energy conversion methods of biomass into renewable energy. And novel drugs, advanced materials, and nanotechnology. Recently, students are working, and another area. I'm also working for some in collaboration of pharmaceutical industries on the drug, uh, for the dissolution time of the drug to be used for the COVID patients. Maybe you can search for a coating for that, like alternate coating, just like capsules. You can search for another alternate coating for that, and you should work in collaboration with your um, pharmaceutical industries or maybe pharmaceutical department. So chemical engineering or environmental engineering is not restricted with one. I always suggest you to collaborate with the peoples from electrical department, from mechanical department. Materials very closely related to the chemical engineering or environmental engineering or management sciences. So in collaboration work. And nowadays, because if you work on a particular thing which is only focused under your uh, research area of chemical engineering, doesn't have much impact once you collaborate it with any other field. So because once you are going to work on electrification, you work closely with your colleague from the electrical department, and the electrical side, electrical modification will be done by your colleague, and the chemical modification in that particular equipment done by yourself. So in this combination, you can manage to give a very boostful and useful product for the future advancement. Producing large scale electricity using sound waves is very good and current topic. Efficient spill detection, chemical approach, material and environmental engineering. You can see that very, very closely closely related to each other. You can also work on the fiber, polymer and fibers in the membrane technology, which I think I did not have included here, but this area is also development and tuning the properties of materials for particular uses like catalyst. Mm, Catalyst is not only used for the conversion; it can be used for the separation, for the absorption, for any other purpose. But you need to choose it very wisely. And you can increase the durability of the product, conductivity and biocompatibility of the product. As I told you that biocompatibility in pharmaceutical industry is the biggest problem nowadays, because in pharmaceutical industry, once pharmacists they are capable of making the product related to the pharmacy like drugs, but they are not capable of coating those products or drugs and make them stay longer into your stomach, and must be edible and must not give some bad impacts on your personal health. So nanomaterials form a major part of it. Understanding flows at micro and nano scales in small channels, another very hot field in chemical engineering. You can study on the nanofluids, but if you are working on the nanofluids, I suggest you to go to the fluid dynamics and CFD, computational fluid dynamics, because if you are going to study the fluid on nanoscale, you need to study it on the computational basis. This is because this will not be easy to study it on the just by using your traditional equipments. Excuse me. And development of drug delivery, growing organs and tissues out of stem cells. Also, dialysis. These kind of equipments were invented by the engineers, mostly by the chemical engineers or mechanical engineers. Involvement of any kind of engineering technology was there to invent these kind of equipment, which are mostly and widely used in the medical sciences. Cancer and tumor detection and bioimaging, and application of biological rules and principles of material design like GECO inspired adhesive, mosquito inspired needles. So these are new inventions which have been invented in collaborative research work, not only in single dynamic. So this you can see the computational fluid dynamics, and most fluids we encounter in our daily lives are non-Newtonian. Like, so you can also see that you can work on the non-Newtonian fluids and search for new non-Newtonian fluids, because as I have seen that non-Newtonian fluids are very less invented or maybe present in the literature, but you can include more into them by finding your during your research work. Control system design and plant-wide control, again a very common problem, because of the most of the industries, they want to uh, use less number of manpower to let them control their systems by the latest control system design. So you can help them in this connection and plant-wide control, computing and simulation by using latest softwares. Softwares are not restricted to Aspen HYSYS or Aspen Plus or HYSYS, but you can use any related software. I have seen that most of the renowned manufacturer of the equipment nowadays, they are also manufacturing the related software for optimization. So once you are going to, for example, if you are going to make a membrane from the fiber or polymer, there is a membrane software present in the DuPont, you are already aware of that, a big equipment manufacturer for membrane. So they have freely available software for the optimization of the membrane. You can download from there and use that. For example, for underground water, you can use WayUp software, and for surface water, you can also, for channels and irrigation, you can use the WayUp software. And for GIS, there are several GIS softwares, or maybe satellites which give you free data. So anything you can find easily nowadays. There or not all the software are restricted for purchase only, or maybe data, but you can find data relevant to your research area easily from the website. Sustainable solutions for energy harvesting, very this is a journal problem, or maybe research area for all over the world, harvesting of energy. uh, but uh, still students and scientists are working on this area. These are some renowned journals in chemical engineering, but not restricted to. You can find more of the journals in the chemical engineering by going to master journal list in the Web of Science, Clarivate, in Scopus, in Taylor and Francis, and in any other journal publisher, or maybe institutional journal. For example, Journal of Environmental Chemical Engineering, Bioresource Technology, Chemical Science Journal, Analytical Chemistry, Journal of Analytical. These are very high impact journals in the field of chemical engineering and related fields, not only chemical. For example, International Journal of Pharmaceutical Analysis. Mm, Maybe some of you, or any scientist working on the chemical composition formation to be used for the pharmaceutical drugs, so they can use this journal for the publication. And you can find your relevant journal. These are more: Journal of Advanced Chemical Engineering, Journal of Waste Resources, uh, Chemical Engineering Journal, International Journal of Chemical Engineering, Journal of Chemical Engineering and Data. ACS publisher is also very renowned. American Journal of Chemical Engineering, Korean Journal, and Journal of Research and Design, and so many journals you can also find from the. At the end of these slides, I will show how to find the relevant journals for your application. And these are some relevant. For example, if you want to search for a journal in Scopus, you can go in SciMago journal search. Let me show you by sharing my screen. Can you see this screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So in this, you can see there are several journals. Nature, you can just type your journal here, and these are just related to the chemical engineering. So you can download any journal. You can just change this topic, and you can go for advanced aerospace or maybe any other engineering field. And whichever journal you want to choose, you can see that this is the Q ranking of that journal, and SJR ranking, H index, total documents, and the documents references, citations, complete data you can see from this web. So similarly, if you want to go to Clarivate analysis, you can just go to MJL. And at the end of the slides, I will again let you know how to go to the specific journal and see your relevant articles. Let me start my second session by telling you what are the important steps in research paper writing, how to write research paper, manuscript, if you are in the writing phase. And if you are not in the writing phase, you have already written your manuscript, then you can take those suggestions and correct your manuscript if it need corrections accordingly. And if you have not written or not writing and you think just you will write in the future, so also you can take help from here, and maybe you can start writing earlier if you have enough data. So publication process, once you have written, the complete publication process starts from writing, and then if you have written, once you can submit it, your finding to any journal, choosing the important journal for your publication, sending your manuscript, and then wait for the time of peer review and your responsibilities. Uh, Once the reviewer send back the paper with some suggestions, then your responsibility comes here. The suggestions might be for text only. Maybe they suggest you for some experimental revisions, so you can do accordingly, ensuring your research has an impact. Your research must be have an impact on the society or the audience. The publication process start from submission. Some of the journals, they immediately reject your paper while saying that this paper is out of their scope, or maybe the plagiarism is high. These are two important things which tends your paper to be rejected initially within a week, maybe most of the time. They don't even, the editor don't even send it to any reviewer. They just check the plagiarism. So before sending to any journal, I suggest you to check your paper plagiarism, or to be checked by your advisor. Maybe you don't have the right in the Turnitin to be to check your paper, so you can just send it to your advisor to check your paper plagiarism before sending to any journal. Second thing is that uh, check the scope of that art journal. As I told you in my previous slides, the journal, if the scope is well matched with your research work, so you can go for submission. Check the alignment of the paper, that the fluency is okay, that graph are okay, fine. Maybe once you submit to the journal, check what are the suggestions from the journals, what they require actually, because some journal they require the figures to be highly with high DPI, and some they don't need high DPI, maybe middle. uh, for example, some journals they need 600 DPI, some of them they need 300 DPI figures, some they need maybe 1200. So you should check your figures as well, your tables formations, how to write the captions, how to write the titles. So uh, before submitting your paper one by one, you should check all the elements related to your research articles to be sent to the relevant journal before sending it. You must be sure about each and every element of your paper. Don't just send it and then it will get a refusal at initial stages. Refereeing, sometimes they take suggestions from you to give 3 or 4 referee suggestions. Don't choose them from your own institution, because this make a bad impression on the editor, because they just think that if you choose someone reviewer from your institution, maybe maybe there is some conflict of interest, or maybe you can just manage with him or her to review your article and make some suggestions according to your need. So at that time I suggest to take the reviewers, maybe not from your own country as well. If you choose the reviewer, or maybe 3 or 4 reviewers, at least not more than one reviewer should be from your own country, and no one should be from your institution. Choose them wisely. This is very important and crucial part of your paper. Most of the journal, if your uh, reviewer are very well chosen by you, they will directly send to them. Believe me that some of the journal editors, they just see that the reviewer is not from your institution, not from your country, so you have chosen a neutral reviewer, so they just send it directly to them. I have received most of the publications manuscript in this criteria. So they the referee, once your manuscript come from the referee, the feedback maybe hurt you sometimes on the rejection side. So don't expect only acceptance. Just be ready for some good and suitable suggestions. Suggestions may help you to improve your paper. And then sometimes you just revise it and send back to the journal, and again they refuse to accept it, or maybe they reject it in the second phase of reviewing. So once you receive the review comments, please make the correction very precisely and very with more keen and interest, and take suggestions from your peers, from your advisors, from your maybe colleagues, from your friends. Take suggestions from everyone, and once you have completed your revision, before going to send to the journal, send it to your advisor, send it to your show it to your colleague, or maybe any other proofread, uh, but most of the time free of that. uh, Let me suggest you, at initial stage, please don't send your paper to any uh, open access journal with paying the publication fee. Don't send publication fee first. Believe in yourself, believe in your paper, send it to some journal without fee. You can publish there. Just don't go directly for the journal with the publication fee. And once you get more revisions, you revise it, you will get acceptance or maybe rejection. But after revision, in most of the cases, you can say 70% chances are there to be accepted. Other than that, if you don't comply with the revision process, or you will not be able to answer all the questions related to the review of your article or revision of your article, so in that case maybe the rejection is there. But most of the cases, they will accept it after some major or minor revision. And then publication. In engineering publication, four crucial pointers researchers should bear in mind while writing engineering papers. Sort your research results as early as possible. This is the time, once you are doing the experiment, you should sort your results. Not at the end, because at the end you will be confused, because the experimental time takes the experiments take longer time, maybe more than 3 months or 6 months. The experiment which you have conducted in the March, and you are looking for that experimental data in August, so you will not find out what you have done in the month of March. So you should separate and sort out your experimental work each and every time, and you should write about that. Better to write in your computer, make folders, and every day I suggest, once you have completed your experimental work, and once you have taken your analysis or analytical data, then you should keep writing, so that at the end of the time of experimental work, or once you are going to write your manuscript, you should not be confused. Focus on the quality of data presented, not the quantity. Actually, the publisher, most of the time when you send your manuscript to the journal with the support of so much data, for example 10 tables and 15 figures, they immediately send it back to you while saying that we don't need much tables or figures for this journal, because suggestion for the author page, if you see, every journal have mentioned that what is the number of figure or tables that need to be submitted along with your manuscript, not more than that. So if you are going to submit, they ask you for 2 tables or 3 or 4 figures, and if you have 6 figures, but they are very important to be included in your manuscript. So you can merge, in that case, you can merge two figures and you can merge two tables in a single table very wisely. Just, but the people should understand that. That must not be confusable. That must be understoodable by the audience. Explain the theory behind the data. Well, you have just taken the data, but you didn't have written much theory behind that. The theory may support from the evidences from the previous literature as well. You can just give the theory by yourself, and as well as you can include the theory from the previous research work and give the reference and citation for that. Cite the most current, because methodologies, in most cases, in empirical equation you can give the citation from the old literature as well, because empirical equations are almost the same, which are going from the which are working since long time. But in most cases methodologies may vary and they may change from time to time, so you should look for them in the recent literature. Think about your readers audience, what is there in what they need, what they want to see in your research paper, their interest, what is their level of education. As I told you before, that most of the audience who see your paper, who read your paper, are from master's students, maybe PhD students, maybe postdoctoral fellows, or some scientists. So their educational level is still high enough. They can understand what you want to say in your paper. If they don't, they will tend to ask you via ResearchGate or maybe in your email address. Background, uh, maybe audience background and expertise, background from where they belong. They belong from a country where in your research area there is more development as compared to your one. So just think about that. You are competing not only your own country, you are competing the globe. So you should, once you are doing your research work, think about the global change, not the change within your country or within your university. And expertise, maybe they belong from different expertise. Maybe they are scientists, maybe they are high rank professors. So you should write your manuscript accordingly. Start your drafting. Drafting must be started from the beginning, not I suggest to start once you are collecting your data. You should start writing your manuscript. Must not submit it any initial stage, but you should start keep writing, because writing make you bring some sort of perfection in your writing skills, not only just to send your manuscript, just to improve your writing skills. You should keep writing and write in a sequence. If you are telling a story to someone that someone have started his journey from Hatyai and he's going to Krabi, uh, on the way he goes to Trang and so many places. So once you start from the Hatyai, you go to the Songkla, and then you go to Patalung, and you go to Trang, and then you reach to Krabi. Don't just say that you have reached to Krabi, but you are talking about Trang. So you must be very well sequenced in this manner. So read what you have drafted. What you have drafted uh, should be read by yourself, and you can also send it to your peer and let show to your peer to identify your uh, mistakes. Maybe sometimes yourself you can just don't be able to find your own mistakes. Maybe your peer will be able to find your mistakes. Maybe your advisor will be able to find your mistakes. Sometimes your own mistakes are hidden from you. So you can just recheck it and reread it, read it again, and then write again and read it again. And do this practice once you are not completely sure that your paper is now in very well written, and then you can send to your advisor. I suggest before sending to advisor, read it several times and make the corrections. Renowned publishers which you can consult for your paper: Royal Society of Chemistry, Cambridge University Press publish, IUP, the biologist, elsewhere, Emerald, ACS, Springer, Ville and Sons, and MDPI. MDPI and Endavi are mostly they have some publication fee, so I just don't suggest to initially go for them. You can go for elsewhere first, or Springer or Ville, and but most of the time I have seen that elsewhere have a shorter time of review as compared to other publishers, and maybe any other institutional journal, they maybe have a shorter time. So let me tell you stepwise writing process of public articles. The main parts of the text are title, authors list, abstract, main text, references, and supplementary material. You can see from this checklist that introduction, your things which come after your abstract, you should include the text, the research gap, the aim of the study. In the introduction section, and materials and methodology, your study objects, materials, participants, preparation, study design, interventions, methods, statistical analysis related to your analytical equipment, results, most important results, least important results. Least is important, must not be included initially, but if you have space to include them, then at the end you can just have a look into them, but not at initial stages. And then discussions, statement. As discussion is the most important part to be included after results to support your result. You can put the relevant data from the literature as well to support your result. That must be very strong, because most of the reviewer, once they see your results, they check for the supporting data, supporting statements. If you have enough and good supporting statements, so they will become very glad to see, and they just give you very short review. And if your data is not supportive, maybe they ask you to repeat your experimental work, or maybe it goes to the rejection. So this is the sequence, and again, the journal organization, but not restricted to. You can change with respect to your area of research and area of studies. Title of the manuscript. Craft the title of your article with care. Do not fall for the common mistakes. Most of the, because your title of manuscript must reflect your keywords, because someone, if going to finding articles related to his research area to be cited, this is important, because you will get more citations if your title is very well organized and very well matched with your keywords. Because if someone is searching for the relevant article, he just put the keywords into the search bar and going to search the relevant article. And if the keywords are present in your article title, so you will be get searched and you will be included in the citations. And second thing is, don't make it very long, because long title is not easy to be understood. So make it very short and very relevant, closely relevant to the to your research area. Not very. It must not be very wide. Make it very narrow. Just what you have done, you can put into the title. So if you have chosen any title and you are going to write your manuscript, still at the end of your manuscript, you can again analyze the title of your manuscript, and you can change it from time to time. So again, I just want to say that don't use phrases which may make your title very unique, like studies on characterization, because Studies and characterization, these are one part of your article. That doesn't cover your whole article. You are not going to just characterize, you are going to analyze, you are going to make so many things. So don't make your article, for example, optimization of. You are not only optimizing, you are doing so many things, investigation of. So you should avoid, or maybe efficiency of. Efficiency is not also a good word to be included as a title. Let me see. This condition. So make the title explicit by stating a key finding or by framing a question. Maybe you can frame a question, or maybe your key findings, you can include that in your title. It is a good idea to add keywords. Keyword is because the keyword is extract of your manuscript. Keyword is the extract of your publication, your manuscript, which comes in the abstract part. So you can choose the keyword, and that may be included in your manuscript title. When you start composing your title, begin with the nouns such as, maybe now you can put also your material name on which you are going to work. Make sure that your title is, please recheck it, send it to your colleague, send it to your advisor to check that whether it is grammatically fit or not. Ensure that your title resonates with your graphical abstract. It might, if some journals they suggest you to also submit your graphical abstract. So graphical abstract must also reflect, your title must also reflect and match your graphical abstract. Avoid superlatives, for example, enhanced, efficient, superior, or these kind of word, they are not actually, uh, if you are writing enhanced or if you are writing efficient, you must be 100% sure that you are enough efficient or enough enhanced than the previous literature. Because if you have only gone through 100 literature, but in your, maybe in your area there are thousands of literatures which you have not seen yet. So in that case, I just discourage to write enhanced or superior. You must not include these kind of words, or avoid words such as, for example, first or novel. Novelty doesn't comes from the title. Actually, once you work, if there is novelty, then you can include in your introduction section. You can just put some kind of, and you justify it. If you have written, you must justify it. And it is not justifiable, don't write it. I suggest don't write the thing which is not justifiable in your manuscript. So, for example, this is a title, uh, purification and characterization of kinetic parameters of cellulase produced from wheat straw by nature and its salt tolerance, and purification and biochemical. So in title 1, it is not quite easy to be understood. You can see in title, after correction, purification and biochemical characterization of cellulase is produced by nature, grown on wheat straw. So very simple. And what is the difference? The first difference is that uh, the first title is very long. You can see the corrected is shorter than the first one. If you make it long, it is very difficult for the audience to understand it. The same thing I suggest in your text as well. In during your text writing, also don't put long sentences. Make that sentence very short to be understood. Don't put more long sentences. They are very difficult to be understood by the audience. This is another example. For example, in this title, synthesis of nano diamond decorated thin film composite membranes with enhanced anti-fouling and antibacterial properties. You can see that the two words, synthesis and enhanced, So I just in my earlier slide, I suggested that don't put very this kind of word, that synthesis or enhanced. So you can avoid these words and make your this title shorter. Maybe it is composed of I think 13 words. 13 words is not bad, but you can make it shorter. Also, you can exclude sentences and enhanced. You can see the title again: nano diamond decorated thin film composite membranes with anti-fouling and antibacterial properties. So as I told you that you can start your title with a noun or the name of your material. So you can see that this title have been changed from this, and the title have been started from the name of the material, the nano diamond decorated thin film composite membranes with anti-fouling and antibacterial properties. So now you can see that your keyword also contain maybe composite membranes, maybe anti-fouling, antibacterial, and nanodiamond decorated. So these keywords are also reflected in your title. Uh, I think this is well described. You can now choose a best title for yourself. Authors, please include the authors which have genuinely worked in your research thesis. You can include your advisor, you can include your co-advisor, you can include yourself, you can include whoever helped you during the experimental work. But there are a lot of people who have helped you during your experimental work, but you cannot put all of their names in your uh, manuscript. So in that case, I suggest that you can include the name of the few in your acknowledgement, and if they are more than that, then you can just put their name in your thesis acknowledgement. So you can manage accordingly. Better, in some of the journal they ask that write the individual contribution of the authors. So they give you individual contribution form. You should just put their names and then their contribution into that form separately, that what is actually the contribution of that particular author. So in that case, I suggest to choose the person who have worked. Other than that doesn't have worked. Nowadays I have seen a lot of these things are going that people include the names of the scientists who don't even know that their names are included in any research paper, and they have published. And one corresponding author is required. Most of the time, if you are a master's and PhD student, the corresponding author should be your advisor or co-advisor from any of them, because in universities, their requirement is also to complete your thesis is you should include the uh, your advisor as a corresponding author for your paper. So you should check your contract before submitting your article, that what are the particular requirement for the university. So you should include them, because in most of the time, once you have published, the publisher will never change your article or anything related to your article. Keep in your mind, check it 10 times before sending to your publisher. Once they send it to, after acceptance, they send to for a proofread to you, and check each and everything and match it with your contract if you are a PhD or master student or postdoc fellow. So you should check what are the requirements of that particular university, because I have gone through this thing that I have just forgot to sequence the authors. Actually, the sequencing is not a big issue, but I have just forgot to sequence the authors' affiliations. So in that case, I got a big trouble, and I was asking the publisher to change the sequence, but they didn't actually. So most of the time, the publisher will not change. So please keep in your mind that you should proofread very wisely and take suggestions. You can take suggestions from your advisor as well. So the next thing is the abstract. Abstract is the shortened version of the paper, but completely cover your paper, because most of the people in if they are in the research gate or in in any publisher's website where your paper is not open access, but the abstract is already there. Once they read your abstract, then they will become able to download the whole paper or not. So your abstract should cover all the parts, including in your paper, that contains your introduction, your methodology, the results, and the significant results, and the discussion and your findings. Only the significant findings, not all the findings, should be included in the abstract. Also, nowadays, people tend to include complete methodologies in the abstract. I suggest don't to put the methodology which is already available in the literature. Just only put the novel methodology which you have only included in your paper, in your work. So you can just include that. This is another literature related to the abstract. You can go through that. I have included it. Please don't worry. I will share my whole slides in the message box. You can later on check my slides. And also the video is being recorded, so you can also recheck the video. The abstract is a critical comment. Don't just go through it. Uh, Write your paper. I suggest to write your introduction, write your methodology, and write complete paper. And then choose the best lines from those parts and include their synonyms in your abstract. Spend enough time to write an outstanding one. The abstract should be precise, short, and must include complete background of your paper. Uh, it should have the 5 pieces: introduction, problem statement, procedures, results, and conclusions. Uh, it should be, I think, for 200 or to 300, but 300 very high number of words. So I suggest to keep it to 150 up to 250. But before writing your abstract, you should check the suggestion for the author in every individual journal to whom you are just submitting. You are going to submit your article. You should go through the suggestions and check, because they have already mentioned that how much their requirement is for the abstract part, how many words you need to include in the abstract part. So follow their guidelines. Most journal make abstract available to non-subscribers. So as I told you that uh, non-subscriber once read your article, make them to be able to pay the fee and download the articles, maybe in some cases, but the editor will also use the abstract to decide. So initially, once you send your paper to the journal, the editor go through your abstract. If abstract is very interesting, then they can also go through the whole paper. But if the abstract is not interesting, they just reject your paper at the beginning. The editor will also use your abstract to decide whether your article. So this is the way. Uh, what you're trying to accomplish, mention in the abstract. Avoid using abbreviations or acronyms or any citations in the abstract. So write your paper first and then go to abstract. And background of abstract is what is already known about the subject related to the paper in question. You can put that part, or you can just skip this. You can directly go to your objectives, what is not known about the subject, and hence what the study intends to examine. So you can just directly start your abstract by mentioning your aims and objectives. and then go to the methods. But as I told you, don't put the methods which have already been, which are already available in many literatures, which are already known by the audience. Put only the method which you are very much sure that these methods are very unique and to be well known by the audience should be put in your method section. So the size of method section should be restricted up to 2 lines. I think more than 2 lines will be higher or restricted up to. And then your results and only your significant results. For example, one bad written methodology, you can see results that absorption rates differed significantly between activated and non-activated carbons. There is no statistical data to support this sentence. How you can say that absorption rate is differed significantly? Because your statement is not supporting in any statistical data. So I suggest that the absorption rate was higher in non-activated carbon than an activated carbon. You can see 49% of non-activated and then activated, respectively. So in this case, you can easily identify that why the absorption rate was higher in non-activated. Now comes after the abstract to the introduction part. So your introduction part, why this study is interesting. You should go, first of all, you should write about the background and the history of this topic. Not so much, but just initial 2 to 3 lines. This section discusses the results and conclusion of previously published. Now, so most of the part, I have seen the students tends to write the significant part of the methodologies and the statistical data in your own manuscript result section. I suggest that don't put those parts in the result section of your own manuscript. Just put the previous literature results or the statistical data into your introduction part. Because the introduction section, you are mentioning that those literature or the scientific practicals were conducted in the previous work or in history. So they got these kind of results, and their results are, and don't tell that their results are not significant. Just don't mention these points that the scientists who worked previously on this on this topic didn't give some much more accurate results or not. So don't support your data with saying that the else have done very bad work. Just compare your results that you are going to search on this area, on this particular area, which is somehow different from the previous one, on the methodology section and or maybe on the analytical section. So you can just put your methodology or your techniques. Don't just make negative comments for anyone else's paper. Just write them. This scientist worked from this time to this time, and his findings were those findings which are very significant. But later on, the other scientists work on this point, and this you can just go in a sequence. Sequence means you can also sequence your literature citations. If you are starting from 2016, then from 2016 go to 2017, 18, 19, and likewise you can end your findings to the earlier 2023. The last sentence of introduction should be the statement of objective. You should write your objectives, aims at the end of the sentence. Once you have gone through, you have written your introduction, at the end of the introduction, you can write down the objectives. 4 steps to the writing the introduction section. As a rule of thumb, this section accounts for about 10%. So you should be restricted up to 10% or maybe 400 words and 3 paragraphs. You should keep in your mind that must not be higher than 10% or 400 words, maybe a little bit, but don't be so high from this border limit. So you should be up to the and up to 3 paragraphs. Provide background information and set the context. First of all, give the background information. For example, there are few examples in this slide. You can see a paper on organic matter in soil can begin thus sustainable crop production is a function of the physical, chemical, and biological properties of soil, which in turn are markedly affected by the organic matter in soil. So this is a sequence uh, that sustainable crop production is a function of the physical. That initially you have defined the background of the soil, uh, physical, chemical, and biological properties. Now you are going to go in depth, which in turn are markedly affected by the organic matters in soil. So you have now highlighted the problem in your next sentence. So after that, immediately you can just give example of some scientists who have identified this problem and how they manage to work scientifically to incorporate these kind of problems. So there are a few more examples you can later on read. This is another example. A rapid growth of lithium ion batteries and their new uses, such as powering electric cars and storing electricity for. So this is the background, the definition, the background of lithium ion batteries, and demands more reliable methods to understand it. So now they are going to narrow down their topic onto the methodology to identify more. Now, in the next section of this introduction part, they will go to give some example of some literature citations, and then you can go in a sequence. In previous slides, you can see that they are very introduce the specific topic of your research and explain why it is important. Now, if you are narrowing down your introduction part, so you come up with your specific topic. As you can see from the examples, the authors are moving towards presenting this specific topic. So they're now narrowing down to the methodology, and then they put some statistical data which the previous scientists have identified with some supporting citations. So this is the best sequence. Another example, instead of saying that X aquatic species are lost because of contaminated industrial effluent, I already suggested, don't put negative words. For example, those species are lost because of contaminated industrial effluent every year. Say that X aquatic species can be saved annually if contaminated industrial effluent is treated before discharging. So you are going to give some positive ideas other than your negative words. For example, if you are saying that they have negative impact on that, don't put the negative impact on that. Put some positive impact that you are going to incorporate. So that means a lot for the readers as well and for the journal as well. Another example, X million liters of water can be saved by dispensing with irrigation, or X person hours can be saved in the form of avoiding illness because of improved air quality or reduced pollution. So these kind of things are a positive. Mention past attempts to solve the research problems or to answer the research question. So you should mention, excuse me, the past literature as well to support your data. The difference can be simple. You have repeated the same set of experiment, but with a different organism. Uh, Most of the time, you say that your novelty is using another biomass material for your work, or another inorganic material for your work, or sometimes another catalyst for your work, and sometimes the by changing the variables. So the methodology can be same, but your criteria may be differ from the previous literature work. So you should mention this point in the literature part, that what are the changes and what are the enhancement methods you are following to be differed from the previous literature. For example, although these studies were valuable, they were undertaken when the draft genome sequence had not been available and therefore provide little information on the evolutionary and regularity mechanism. So in this context, you can see that uh, the information is not complete. So you are enhancing the information. The plant response is altered by insect colonization and behavior, but these aspects have been studied mostly in sole crops. Whereas the present paper examines the relationship between crops and their pests in an intercropping system. So you can see that how you narrow down your object and you made your objectives from the previous literature. But before writing your objectives, you should mention then what was the area that was previously not covered and you are going to cover in your latest research. Conclude the introduction by mentioning the specific object. Now you can just mention, for example, we aim to assess the effectiveness of 4 disinfection strategies on hospital-wide incidents. You can just mention you have 1 objective, 2 or 3 objectives. You can likewise mention, but please make your objectives so that you should in your next part of your excuse me in next part of your manuscript you are going to write the methodology, so your methodology must reflect your objective. As you can cite the source in the introduction section. These are few ideas, articles. You should make them in a sequence. If you are using IEEE style, you can number them, and if you are using APA style, you can just go to the alphabets. So you should, and uh, abbreviation should be used at all. And if there are 2 authors, you can use the last name of the first author. More than, sorry, if there are 2 names, you can just write the names, and there are more than 2, then you can just write the last name and then at all. Okay, if you have one statement in your introduction section, I suggest to support it with multi citations. For example, if you are giving some scientific method, that this scientific method was adopted to conduct the experiment. So this method was previously followed by how many scientists? Maybe from, you can find it in 2 or 3 or 4 literatures. So you should give all the references in your introduction part to support your statement. As much as you provide citations, your statement will be much more reliable. Uh, let's go to the methods and material section. In this section, provide all the methodological details necessary. Don't exclude anything from the methodology section. Include your all methodology, what you have followed and conducted to get your results. Include all of them. And if you have taken any methodology from previous literature, you should cite it. Just don't forget to cite, because most of the reviewer, they ask if you provide any kind of methodology, they immediately ask from where you adopted this methodology. Because if you are preparing any reagent, for preparation of reagent, the specific quantity of any element of any chemicals are required. So how did you know? How do you know that how much of that quantity is needed to make that reagent? So you have adopted this methodology from previous literature, so you should mention it so that there must not be any confusion for the reviewer as well as for the audience or reader. And also, if you are using any equipment, analytical equipment, to conduct your to get your results, final results, you should mention the manufacturer, the country, and the model number of that equipment. They must be included in your this section of materials. The model number, the equipment name, and the manufacturer. Sometimes maybe year, but most of the time these three things are required. And if you are uh, purchasing any kind of chemicals from any uh, relevant shop or a scientific uh, shop seller, so you should mention the names from where you have, or you have collected any samples from industries or from any fields, you should mention that this sample was collected from where. So each and everything should be included in your methodology and material section. Initially, I suggest to write the materials. Material contains the materials which supported you to conduct your experiments and the material which supported you to conduct your analytical part. So you should mention each and everything in your material part. Experimental, if your experimental details are more than the space provided for the material section, for methodology section, then you can provide supplementary material, and you can mention your all methodologies, and you should provide the proof of all the methodologies you have adopted in the supplementary material as well, if you have not enough space to provide in the manuscript. uh, 7 tips I suggest you for the effective material writing and methodology. Begin writing the materials and methods while you are performing your experiment. This is very important because, as I told you before, if you are going to do your experiments for 6 months, and the experiment you have conducted in your first month will be forgotten by you at the end of your maybe experimental work. So you should keep writing experimental data and the supporting. Even you can write the literature as well. If you don't mind, then you just write the your analysis and your findings. And then if you find the same thing in any other literature, you can just put that literature data as well by mentioning and by citation in your data. So this makes your life very easy. Once you are going to write your manuscript, you just take those things from you have already written and put in your manuscript, and then you can manage to sequence them. Start with journal information that supplies to the entire manuscript, and then move on to the specific experiment. Match the order in which methods are described. Uh, mm, Methodology, for example, if you are doing to prepare biochar, so this involves the methodology starting from the collection of the biomass material, and then cutting down those materials, washing them, preparing them, making them ready to be gasified, and preparing the equipment. So this all methodology involved from collection of the material to the gasification and then cleaning of the biochar and then collecting biochar. So the sequence is what: collection, cleaning, and then you should follow the same sequence once you are going to describe your methodology. Collection of the material, then you can say in the methodology that the cleaning was conducted. of those material and cutting down because some of the experimental work have requirement of material to be cut down with a specific unique length. So you should keep these things in your mind. Always include citations for procedures that have been described previously. Citations, as I told you, that must be included. Describe a statistical test as fully as possible. So statistical tests must be fully described. Avoid discussing the pros and cons of certain methods. In methodology section is just to describe your methodology, not to include any pros and cons of methodologies from the previous literature or from your work. That you have conducted this methodology and this methodology have this uh, lake in that, right? So you don't put such kind of word. To save space, be concise, yet don't write it like a story. Don't write your methodology like a story. I have taken samples were taken from table and they were kept to the uh, flask, and then this. Just make it short and precise. The things which are known by the audience, don't write them. The things you think that they are not known by the audience, you should include them in your methodology part. Okay. Before you finish your manuscript, ask yourself the following question. Uh, Mostly the methodology and material part, once you are going to finish it, is there sufficient detail so that the experiments can be reproduced? Because if someone from your once you have published and someone wants to repeat the experiment which you have conducted, have you provided enough information so that the experimental work to be reproduced? Is there excess information that could be removed without affecting an interpretation of the results? Are all the appropriate controls mentioned? Control parameters included the temperature, environmental conditions, the many things which are related, which can harm your or can affect your methodology. Is the source of each reagent listed? As I told you that you need to mention the reagent source from where you have bought that or brought that, or maybe from the fields you have, or maybe taken from your colleague. For example, sample 1, in preparing the catecholates extract, a potato was skin washed and diced. 3 grams of the diced potato and 150 ml of distilled water were added to a kitchen blender and blended for approximately 2 minutes. The result solution was filtered through 4 layers of cheesecloth. The extract was stored in a clean and capped container. So you can see this is just saying that how you prepared the samples and then how you use the sample in your experiments. You can just go through these slides later on. It is important to note that you can just okay, this is just an example of method and materials. Initially, once you are going to materials, preparation of the material, preparation of the samples comes first in your first line, and then experimental design in your second or third line, or maybe fourth. In chemical properties, in your method 1, 2, 3, how to identify your chemical properties, and then your physical properties, method 1, 2, 3, and then thermal properties, and then morphological properties, and then statistical analysis. This is a very good sequence to arrange your material section. Material and method section commonly has the experimental material, the protocol you used, methods used to measure data analysis, and this is the same thing which I have discussed. Results, very common, and the specific thing. The first and initial thing you need to mention is exact number of figures and tables. For example, I have seen the research papers, they have included 7 tables in their manuscript, but they are not well sequenced. Maybe in the table number 1 and then table number 3. They have skipped table number 2. Or sometimes they write the table number on in a sequence, but they don't cite it in a sequence. Once they are citing, they have cited table number 1, and then they directly have gone to table number 3. So they have skipped table number 2 in the citation. So you should, once you have completed your tables, figures, and then citations, you should read the number of table and figures are well cited in the text or not. Uh, Table should support summary level data such as, and in table you can put summary level data, but include the mean standard deviation as well, because this confirms that you have repeated your experiments or your analytical methods at least twice. This is common scientific method. To confirm your results, you should repeat the experiments at least 3 times. Before that, because if you are going to mention in the figure, you just put the error bars, and once you are going to mention your results in the tables, you should put in terms of standard deviations. But this is very good practice. Other than that, the reviewer should ask you. Before he's asking, you can just put it directly into a paper. This will make a very good impact, actually. Only use a figure graph when the data lends themselves to a good visual representation. Don't put each and every figure or graph. Select your best graphs, best figures, and put them into your literature. And still, if you want to put some more graphs or figures, you can just put them into the supplementary material rather than putting into the main manuscript. The scientific paper discussion, because results and discussion always goes together, but uh, discussion is most important part to support your result, actually. So results are the things which are already have been taken from the analytical tools or some statistical tools you have conducted, but the discussion comes from your idea, that how you can support these results taken from the scientific or uh, and statistical data, supporting by yourself and supporting some citations as well. So I suggest to uh, make the discussion section the most attractive part of your literature, your manuscript. Uh, Excuse me, I think we have a break for 1 hour in from 10 to 11 a.m. So I will start my session uh, after 10 a.m. from the same slide.
And yes, Professor. Excuse me, is it the lunch breaks?
Lunch break, yeah.
Yes, 1 hour the according to the time of the Thailand.
Thailand, yeah, sure. Because we have time is 10 here, so you have lunch break. See you after 1 hour.
Yes. The start the section to 1 p.m. to
1 p.m.
third p.m. Yes, the start.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Siti.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Dr. Asad. Maybe some of you were connected in my first session. And let me continue my today's lecture. I think Dr. Zutipong is here. So let's continue. We were just discussing about the writing procedure of manuscript, and I was in the last conclusion section. I think we discussed the results and discussion section, and my slide, I think it's page 80, and let's continue from there. So let's talk about the discussion section of result. Uh, as I told you, that result discussion section must be evidenced with some citations, so that your results must be authentic. As I told you that you must support your results with some evidence from previous literature. But as you can see that it's not necessary that your results must match the results the previously obtained from the previous literature. So you can just justify that why your results are changed and what if your results are on the lower side, you need to justify the point, and if they are on the higher side, so this must also be justified with some evidence. So it is very important. The citations must be included in this section and properly managed and sequenced. So this is the most important part. You can say after the abstract, the most important part of your manuscript is the discussion section. So the references should be cited properly and must be managed. And as you know, the evidence is very important to support your data. Uh, So let's talk about the final section, that is conclusion. Most of the papers I have read that they start from the word that it is concluded, or the results concluded, or something like this is obvious. So don't need to put it is concluded, or in this conclusion section composed of, or this in conclusion we discuss about those. So you don't have to put this point. So you just start from the restating your problem statement. What was actually your problem? Because you have identified a problem and then you have tried to solve that by putting appropriate methodologies and materials and got some results for that. So the same sequence is required in the conclusion section. You must first restate your problem statement and summarize it. Zoom back to that and summarize it. Don't need to put all the complete situation that you discussed in the introduction section or maybe in the abstract, but you need to conclude that and then summarize your overall arguments or findings. But that doesn't mean that you put each and every result in the conclusion section. To incorporate your problem statement, right? So you need to just write your most significant results and findings into your conclusion section, and then suggest the key takeaways from your paper. So you have identified a problem, and then you conducted methodology to cope with those problems, and then you have found some significant results, and those results have some significant importance in the you can say as a scope for the environment or from the community problem solutions, any one of them. So after that you can give some sort of suggestion for future work, because people, once they read your article, if it's the latest one, maybe you publish in 2022 or 3, so they analyze that up to which extent you have worked. So they tends to continue from that point. So most of the scientists, they read your abstract and then they come directly to your conclusion. So these are the most important part to discuss about whole the paper, what you have done and what you have achieved. So how you can restate the problem? Uh, because if you can see that uh, an empirical paper studying the relationship of histogram, this is an example used with the body image issues might present its problem like this. So as social media becomes increasingly central to you, people's everyday lives, it is important to understand how different platforms affect their developing self-conception. So this is the problem statement, what he has extracted from his research paper. Now, in the next line, he will justify how he has used the different techniques and methodologies to cope with this issue. So, to avoid starting with conclusion, like as I said, that don't start your conclusion section in conclusion or to conclude, or the conclusion section consists of. These are unsophisticated and these are obvious, and everyone knows that you are discussing in the conclusion section. And sum up your paper. So as I told you that sum up your method, sum up your results, identify the best one, and then include those in your conclusion. Discuss the implications. Yes, because once you get the results that are significant, so what are their implications? You need to discuss them as well. So everybody in the society, they want to know that how does your findings may affect their societal, what is the societal impact of your findings. So you need to include those points. uh, the final is the referencing. Actually, most of the journal, if they are institutional, they have specific referencing methods which they follow. I have seen they even doesn't follow your APA style or IEEE. They may have their own referencing style. So before publishing, you must first go through their author suggestions. Excuse me. So from there you can find that what is their how you need to refer in your paper. So but in general view, so you can use the software, the tools. As I told you that uh, once you started your experimental work to support your methodologies and your statistical data, you need to download some reference articles which were previously conducted and achieve the goals. So manage them by making some folders with you, so that you should write them also and include them into your methodologies, results parts, and material parts, each and every part of your manuscript, except the abstract. So in this way, you can just go and download whatever software you use and note, or maybe Mendeley you can use. So you can make your database alongside of your research paper, your research manuscript writing, or maybe your practical experiments. So in this way you can just save your data. You don't lose them. Make accounts in the relevant software in Mendeley or in an EndNote, and put all of your references and enrich your data in the reference software. And then once you are logged in, all the data will be retrieved. You will not lose even a single manuscript reference paper. Uh, one before, because if you put all the data in one folder in your computer, maybe in future you don't understand, have you mentioned this in the citations or references, have you put his citations or not yet. So better you need to make folders in your reference software, for example Mendeley, and then put all the literature into that particular under the folder. So in that you can easily manage to utilize your references, and this is the common method you need to practice. For example, I talk about one journal that is from Thailand, Chiang Mai Journal of Science. They have their own referencing style. So they even they don't follow the referencing of IEEE or APA or any other referencing style. So in that particular case, you need to check in which journal you are going to send your manuscript for publication. You need to check their author's instructions so that you should find that what referencing style they are following. And if you don't find any referencing style, for example, in the instructions, so in that case, you need to, as I told you, that in the journal where you are going to or you want to publish your article or send your article for publication, you need to at least download 5 to 10 papers from that particular journal, read them, and you can see the unique style of referencing from that from those papers, as well as you can also find out the criteria of their publication, right? So this is a good practice. Before publishing to any journal, you go to the journal and download at least, read at least 5 to 10 articles from that particular journal. From there, you can find many things related to the particular journal. For example, their reviewing time, their publication time, their article criteria, their article appropriateness, and their, uh, for example, their referencing style, their citation style, their figure quality, their table qualities, many more things that you can. And another thing that some of the journals, they need you to prepare graphical abstracts, highlights, and many other things which are closely related to those journals. So you can also find those things from after studying at least few research papers from that particular journal. So scientific citation is very important because sometimes your paper at the initial stages also can be rejected on the basis of the citations that doesn't match actually the citation requirement of the particular journal. So please keep reviewing your citation. Once you complete your paper, again review your citation and referencing at the end. Also, I told you that once you have cited, recheck it that you have cited properly, and numbering should be checked again, because if you have cited 5 tables in the text and 5 figures, so you should check them. This is a general method of referencing that if you have one author paper, how to cite it. If you have 2 author paper, if you have 3 author paper or more. So in that case, how to cite it in between the text. You can see it later on. These are referencing style. Most commonly, most renowned journals, they follow APA or IEEE style of referencing. But however, it also depends on your area, subject area, because if you are from engineering or technical side, so they purely follow IEEE. And if we are from other social sciences and even in engineering as well, so they mostly follow APA style. Other than that, there are some other method of referencing which they follow. The institutional, as I told you, that if you are submitting your manuscript to some institutional journal, so they may have their own referencing style because their computer interfaces, they suggest for the particular referencing to be included. So these are some practical tips for the scientific writing. As I told you, once you write, start writing from the once you are conducting your practicals, even during your practical work, start writing. Don't wait for the time, because in this concern you lose so much time if you wait till the end of your completion of, because methodology is the most lengthy part of your master's or PhD thesis. This will never be finished until you characterize your material. So since you start your practical work, so you should keep writing. You should write at least whatever results you get, you write them and you cite them. You write them and cite them. And then once you go to observe them, to tries them, again start writing, and put some references for the authenticity of your data. So this is very, again, for proofread, you can send your paper to your advisor, to your peer, and and for example, chemical elements are not proper nouns, so because you don't need to put them in capital, for example, nitrogen, carbon. So these kind of small things must not be neglected, because it directly goes to the editor, and the editor try to find out very minute things to reject your paper. Other than that, he find good, because your paper must contain, your paper obviously contains good things as well, but for rejection it's very easy, but for acceptance it's very tough, because they see each and everything for acceptance, not only one good thing. But for rejection, only a small mistake is enough. So that's why make your paper very polished before sending to the journal. Proofread contains so many things, maybe grammatical mistakes, maybe alphabet mistakes, maybe citation mistakes, maybe empirical equation mistakes, maybe your sequencing mistake, maybe long sentence. As I told you, that don't put long sentences, avoid them. Just put simple and small sentences, so that it can be easily understood by the audience or the readers or the reviewer. Proofread, do not rely on spelling and grammar checker. Some students nowadays, because it's easily available, so many softwares and related uh, web pages are there in the internet, so they rely on them, and they just go and just rephrase their papers and put the rephrasing and submit to the journal. Don't rely on them, because sometimes the rephrase will go very on the wrong side. Just read it before sending to the journal, just to, because some students want to avoid plagiarism and they rephrase it, or maybe they check the spelling grammar checker, and but it doesn't mean that they may check, they will check you. Or there's question, shall we get these slides if possible? Yes, I have already shared in the message box, you can download from there. So even if somebody have any problem understanding or need to take future suggestions, my email address is also there included in this in these slides. You can contact me in the future. So let me continue from yeah, reach each word slowly. Yeah, don't go through very quickly, just like book. Divide the text into manageable chunks. I first this is very good practice. If you are on the proofread, first read your abstract, and then make correction in the abstract part, and then go to the introduction part, make corrections accordingly, then go to your materials and methodology, and part wise. This is very good practice, because if you read whole the paper, you will not easily find out how to correct. And second suggestion is, if you are not going to do this practice, there is another suggestion. Take one component. If you are on the proofread, check your tables first, check your figures second, and check your citations third, check your grammar fourth. So this is another suggestion. So that there you can part wise you can do the proofread and corrections, or otherwise you can do the corrections on the component wise. So it's up to you how you feel better. So let me continue now. Circle punctuation marks, and this note there is, as I told you, for rejection they just need a small mistake, and for acceptance they need the whole the paper to be correct. Not the errors you make on a frequent basis. Yeah, but you know what are your weak areas, maybe grammar or sequencing or fluency or English. or maybe capital or small letters or punctuation. What is your weak area? Try to first correct that area. If you are unable to make corrections or identify your mistakes, you can contact your peers, your advisors, who can better suggest you for those particular points. And you can even tell them that this is my weak area, so I think that I have done some mistakes in my paper in that particular case. Will you be able to please identify those mistakes? So in this way, the correction will be very much effective. Or take a break. Yes, because you don't need to finish it in one day. You just read it one day, 2 days, 3 days, whatever. Because if you start writing from the beginning, early, at your during your studies, PhD or masters, so there will be enough time to proofread it. But if you have started writing very late, so you cannot proofread it. Please start it as early as possible. Print out and identify your problems, mistakes, and the time which, once you are very fresh and with very alert. And I think, for this in this case, mostly I have checked my paper early morning or late night. Late night because before sleep, because I finished all the works and then relaxed and just go through the paper, or maybe early morning. These are the good times to proofread your articles. Ask someone to read it for you. So you can ask your colleagues. Uh, Language is most important part, most important thing, which is initially checked by the reviewers or by the editors at the beginning. Spellings, word usage, check your spelling. Nowadays word can that do that part for you, make your life easy. But still don't rely, as I said, that don't rely the softwares, the uh, web referencing tools, or maybe the word. Just go through your paper and identify your mistakes, and maybe you can, the peers can do this for you, the colleagues can do. Technicalities, what kind of software was used, uh, tables, mathematical equations. There are several tools and plugins available for mathematical equations inclusions. You should do them properly with those graphicals. As I said, that to improve your graphs and the picture quality, you need to make them through proper graphical software. Nowadays, there are a lot of, for example, you can use the Origin or Sigma or many other softwares, may be included to support your make your graph, because you can go up to 1200 dpi in the Origin, but I think you cannot manage this up to this point in normal Excel. So uh, three aspects of style seems to cause problems: division of the text into sentence and paragraphs. As I told you, that long sentence may create problem for you, because you, even if you write long sentence, you try to read it, you yourself don't understand. How can you think that a reviewer or editor or maybe a reader can understand what you have written? So excess phrases and words should be avoided. To support your data, don't put extra things. uh, Supportive documents, supporting things must be justified well. Don't put each and every justifications to support your data. This my, for example, sometimes I have seen that scientists try to write that my these results are very much significant and highly, and this is not a good, actually, mm, not a good sentence to prove your results. Try to use familiar, precise words rather than far-fetched, unclear. Yeah, because don't use complicated synonyms. Use very simple words, because everybody don't just see your synonyms. your way of English writing. They just need to your sentence to be understood to them. The cheaper may replace more economically viable. So yeah, write in past tense unless you are describing. Yeah, because you have already conducted something. Once you start writing, it means that you have already done that work. So it is very important to and use active voice. It's very clear and understood. When describing methods and results, you should use the past tense. Uh, in addition, you may use the present tense when you are discussing. Yeah, present tense once you are discussing about the results and conclusion, and you are comparing with someone. So in that case, you can just use your present. And phrasal verbs, it is human nature to write the way we think. Yeah, because once we think, we just try to write it, and it seems more like a novel other than a research paper, because research paper needs some technical writings, not the story writing. So keep yourself away from the everyday routine speaking words to be used in your literature. Don't include them. Just try to write in a technical way. um, Find out, for example, break down, put up, or warm up. Substitute them with the technical words such as discover, disintegrate, assemble, and heat. So you can see that you can compare that these words are uh, how you can manage to include more technical words other than daily use words. Extraordinarily remarkable versus impress. Aim is to use full formal words. However, the meaning should not be overpowered by complicated word. Yeah, I told you that don't use complicated synonyms. People used to search in the word that what are the more complicated synonyms I to impress the reviewer or editor. I may put those. So avoid it. It is not a good thing to because in technical writing, the more simple may catch is more easy to understand, and the more complicated is very tough to be understood. Adverbs, you select, decide how effective your adverbs are. Avoid the use of very. For example, you see very efficient, very and effective. So you can use substantially or rapidly. Rapidly, these are because uh, you can use in the graphical or data change or abrupt change in the data. You can support your data with these kind of words. And reporting words, you can replace. Okay, so describing the scope of a current project or peer research. So these some tables I have taken and provided that there are some alternate words you can use in the paper. For example, for what purpose you can use what kind of words or sentence to express the purpose of a paper or research. This paper study investigation, original word phrase is aims to. So that instead of that, you can aims to, you can apply this paper applies, or this kind of word can take position instead of the position which were the sentence or words which were previously used. Try to little bit change them. Not don't just follow whatever you see in the previous papers. You just don't try to follow them. Or discusses presents, you can replace them with surveys, highlights. This paper outlines, this paper highlights, this paper investigates, evaluates, interprets, clarifies. So there are so many technical alternatives that I have provided. You can just, or maybe in this sentence, you can see this considers. Instead, you can use defines. dissect, probes, test, explores, to prove other section of the paper, covers, or you can once you are writing that this paper covers or deals with, or you can instead write sketches or assesses or contemplates. Similarly, if you are going to discuss the historical significance of topic, plays an important role. You can use influences, controls, regulates, directs, inhibits, constraints, is widely accepted. You can alternate, should be the preferred, commonly, frequently. There are so many alternatives I have provided uh, in this in these tables. You can once you are writing, you should keep them in front of you and you can use them accordingly. If you have already written your manuscript, you can just see these suggestions and make correction accordingly to your manuscript. See. So to discuss the findings, for example, you say this paper, these results indicate, have documented, have demonstrated, content, purport, suggest, proffer, have proven that, or evidence from those literatures. Or you can, much is known about, but little is known about. Where such has thoroughly investigated. However, little research has been conducted to show. So these examples are very much appropriate to be included in your section. Now here, describing the analytical elements of a paper. So you in an analytical part, you can also use some substitutions. For example, to express agreement between one finding and another. So normally scientists use this paper supports or this literature supports. So you can use substantiates, confirms, corroborates, underlines, challenges, disputes, so many others. And to present contradictory findings, this paper calls into question or disproves, debunks, invalidates, rejects questions, or invalidates is, I think, much. You can also choose which one seems better and looks better or to be read by the scientist. So to discuss limitation of a study, the limitation of this paper include falls short of addressing, identifying, illustrating. So discussing results. Now the results section, I have provided the alternatives for each and every section. Even you can, if you want to put the alternatives for your introduction section, you can find here. If you want to put alternatives for your methodology section, you can find here. Similarly for results section. Now this part covers the discussion in the results section. For example, to draw inferences from results, or this results suggest or show. These two are old words, mostly used in the paper. So you can use alternate and replace it with extrapolate or deduce or surmise or approximate or derive, extract evidence. For example, to describe observation, event, or result, appeared, was observed, or manifested, surfaced, materialized, yielded, generated, perceived, or these alternatives. Uh, you can see if, because you have already, I think that most of you have already prepared your paper, maybe published. Most of you have published. So if you have written any manuscript, you can just go through these alternatives and make some amendments wherever you want is best suits. You can see some changes in your paper. It looks somehow more reliable. So for example, to describe simulation, this simulation was used to environmental conditions too. So simulated, replicated, imitated, explaining the impact of new research. So you can, at the end, impact of new research, could be added in terms this paper investigate, demonstrate, shows, illustrate, proves, or evidence. This I have already talked about. So now you can see the language use of words and phrases, sentence construction. Keep sentence short, not more than 30 words in the length. So 30 is even more. I think that uh, 20 is enough. Less than 20 would be better. But in some cases, in methodology section, you can even go further, but with some proper uh, managing the sentence. A sentence should contain one idea, because don't put two ideas, don't combine two ideas in one sentence, uh, because it would be complicated for the readers, for the scientists, for the reviewer as well. A paragraph should contain a series of related ideas. So one paragraph should contain one series of idea, and that's a particular series. If finished, you can continue the second one from the beginning of second paragraph. Don't put two different sequencing of ideas in one paragraph. So choice of words have precise meaning. So please be smart to choose your words for each and appropriate places. Learn how to use them correctly. Fewer, less. These are some alternatives. Even you can use alternatives for those cases. Some words have spelling alternatives. I will talk in my next slide about that, because uh, in English, once we write, we keep writing, because non-native speakers, they mostly write in American English or British English, but there are few spelling changes in few words, because in some words the spellings are different in American English and they are different in British English. So I suggest that if you are working, if you are writing paper, so try to write in one English pattern. So don't follow, because if you write one paper and put both of the English, that make confusion. Because if your paper went to a reviewer, if he's from that particular area, Britain or America, so he will immediately find you are this mistake, that in your paper you have used two different method. You have also included British English and American English words in your paper. So once you are drafting, please check this thing twice. Correct spelling, including use of plurals. Yeah, you can check this also, that sometimes you uh, make mistakes on plural. Misuse of emotional words. Yeah, because if you say correct, good, or improve, because your results are 100% correct, or uh, mm, uh, correct, sound good, crank, reckless, is not justified actually, because maybe there are more scientists who have worked much better than you, or maybe they are working much better than you. So you cannot say that you are the best one. You only can just justify your results, that your results are significant and your results have positive impact, positive societal impact. So this is all, because one cannot just make themselves to be sure that their paper of 100% best or better than the other one. Superlatives very much have a place when used economically. So these must also be neglected. Uh, I got few more messages about the slides. I have already, I think, shared the PowerPoint slides with you. If you can see my previous messages, you can find that I have shared my slides. Still, if you can find, so please let me know. Okay, so the word data is plural, as in the data were collected on January. So uh, these kind of words should be seen that you are using plural to support them. Avoid loose expressions. In each selected village 30 farmers were, because some words have different meanings. So in that case, please choose the words with singular meaning, not so. But because in this sentence, if you can see that in each selected village 30 farmers were interviewed, namely 10 large, average and small farmers. So what do you understand from this sentence? In each selected village 30 farmers were interviewed, namely 10 large, average and small. So 10 large, 10 average, 10 small. What does he want to say? That the size of the farmers, the height of the farmers were large, average or small, the numbers of the farmers, or I don't, because this sentence is not clear. What does he? So please be clear with your sentence. Avoid such sentences. Is the reference here to the size of the farmers or the size of their farms? So this sentence is not clear. Once you proofread your article, you can find such kind of sentence in your article. If they are not easy to be understood, so please rephrase them. I suggest to rephrase them. Don't use so much the in your manuscript again and again. Avoid excessive use of it. For example, it would thus appear that can be replaced. You can use apparently. You can use some technical words alternatively. It is evident that. So you can use evidently. Don't make your sentence long. So other commonly used phrase such as it will be seen that, it is interesting to note that. So you can replace, avoid verbal reactions and use simple words. Simple words are very good. Uh, for example, correct to an order of magnitude probably means that the answer was wrong. Almost reach significant at the 5% level usually means the selective interpretation of results. Text is easier to understand if simple words or phrases are used. For example, analogous can be replaced by similar, utilized by use. So utilize, use, because make it, if you make it simple, or terminated by the maybe replaced with and proper use of punctuations wherever you require them. Please put punctuations where to finish your word or a sentence, and where to half end of the sentence and beginning of the new sentence, but the sentence still covers a unique idea. So how to manage this? By putting proper punctuations, colons or semicolons. This should be very uh, and most of the time, if you are putting multi citations into your text, so properly put semicolons in that case, or colons wherever they are required, or commas. Number and units, if please be consistent with your all complete manuscript. Consistency should be in terms of the use of the units. If you are using one system, to please be consistent on that. And if you are using another, but justify your units. If you are using any empirical formula, please briefly explain or define each and every component used in the empirical formula to make your formula most appropriate. So because, and secondly, write down the units wherever they are required. Don't avoid them, but be consistent. If just follow only one engineering system of units, whichever, maybe SI or whatever you want, you find best, but follow only one. And also, figures within a number should be grouped in threes. For example, 306. So you can see they are grouped. Other than putting comma, this one is better to group them. And round off should be there, because if your result doesn't have any influence on impact, not much impact on the on your findings, so you can just summarize it by round off, because you have already mentioned in the table your standard deviation. So no need to just put here. You can just put your round off data here. Once you are just putting your data in the conclusion section or in the result section, you can just put your results. Concerning units, so as I told you that it's good to follow, and you can use even dictionaries, concise, random house, or my. Okay, now this slide I was talking about, that some words have, but not limited to, even there are more words which have different spellings in American English and British English. But if you are following, for example, if you are writing color, organization, traveling, recognize, these four words in one manuscript, so they should be in American English or British English. If you use spellings for color and organization from American English, and you use the traveling and recognize from British English, and if your paper goes to a British or American, so he immediately find out these kind of mistakes. Mostly native speakers can easily find out, and if you are lucky, then non-native speakers, they just don't look into these depth. But I suggest that if you are following one method, you should write the spellings on that particular uh, English. This would be good for you, much better, because avoiding such small mistakes can make your paper better, polished. So there are so many words here, but not limited to. There are more words also, which you can find in Google. Uh, their spellings in British English and American English are uh, different. But as much as you can make corrections, you should do it. If any one of them left, so please don't take tension of that. It would be okay. So word usage in scientific writing is always, don't just mention things like, if you can see here that someone have written above, the above method mentioned above. I have seen that people write that above method, which is mentioned in my manuscript, mentioned above. For example, if you are talking about a thing in the result section which is mentioned in the methodology section, but you are only giving the example that mentioned above, is not good actually. uh, you should write properly. What is that? What are you talking about? Because everyone don't know where to see, or everyone don't have much time to see your mentioned above. He just spend the time to find out where it is mentioned above. So try to avoid such things, referring that. And for example, affect and effect have different meanings. So affect is a verb and means to influence. Affect as a verb means to bring. So please use these words. I have seen that most of the research articles, even they are published, luckily they are published, but still they have these mistakes. Affect and effect, all of or both of. So all of, just all or both will serve in most cases. So alternative. I have seen this mistake even in the title. People have mistakenly written alternate. So they need to write alternative, but they have mistakenly. So please keep these things into your mind. Don't begin your sentence with and. Uh, Somehow you can use but please avoid starting your sentence. Apparently means obviously, clearly, and evident, but also means seemingly or apparently as well. So try to use the perfect word which well matches your sentence beginning or in between your sentence. For example, appear, appears, seems. He always appears on the scene, but never seems to know what to do. So you can see that where to use appear and where to use appears. At the present time, at this point in time, say at present or now. At this time, you can just alternate use now by means of most often just by will serve case in can be ambiguous or misleading because different meanings in the case of Scotch. So for because you use this kind of word are not much technical in this case because it may have different meanings. Compare with or compare to have different meanings. Comprise before misuse comprise mean to contain, include, or encompass, not to constitute or compose. Comprise doesn't mean that. So correlate, related to, so due to, because of, during the course of, in the course of, just during. If you are using more complicated word, you can have you can find, excuse me, you can find alternative for those, so just put them, don't make it more complicated. Following, higher, lower, however, happening, in order to, regardless, you can just go through them. I have included so many things. If you go through these slides, I'm sure that if you put your manuscript in front of you and go through these slides, you can make uh, very major correction into your uh, uh, okay, I am once again sharing the slide as it is requested again and again, so please let me share the slide again. Oh, please let me know, is it shared or not, because there is some problem. I have shared it, but I don't know why not sharing. Is it shared? The screen is visible to you?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So because I don't know why not shared, I will also connect to the previous slides once I just finish it, if you haven't seen that. But I have also shared my presentation in your chat box. You can find from there whichever slides are missed. I'm sorry for that. So you can use alternative words, word used in scientific writing, for example, uh, partially, partly, or predominant, and prefixes, principle. Yeah, because uh, these may just, these kind of problems, these kind of mistakes just put a bad impression on the reviewer, as they say, they can see that your fluency or your use of English is not appropriate for this paper. So they just immediately go for rejection. So I just want you to avoid, um, because you haven't seen my previous slide, I will go first to let you see the alternative words for those you missed, I think, due to sharing problem. Yeah, these are recommended substitutes I talked about. So you can just go through my slides and find out all of them. For example, if you are working on methodology part on introduction, so you can use these alternatives. Once you are going to background, these alternatives are good. And analytical elements can be used, these alternatives. At that case, discussion and result section, you can use these alternatives. I have thoroughly talked about. So let me continue from this proper word usage. And so you can, there are so many things you need to include. So as I suggested, that you should just keep your manuscript in front of you and watch these changes. You can just you can make corrections accordingly to your paper. And for example, to be frequently unnecessary, the differences were to be significant, varying, be carefully to distinguish from various or differing. So what actually the sentence, you need to understand the word which you use, what does it mean? It best fits with that sentence or with that particular sentence or not. If not, then you can use alternatives. It is well suggested, then you should use alternatives. Because sometimes if you use wrong word, it may change the grammar of your sentence as well. Maybe you at the end of the writing of your manuscript, you may have more grammatical mistakes. Beware of inappropriate changes and pronouns. Yes, for example, using multiple regression techniques, the animals in experiments were. So uh, in conclusion section, be more or less specific. Prepositions are not word to end sentence with. For example, in, at, of. Don't end your sentence with in, at, or of. Don't start your sentence with but, and, if. It is wrong to ever split an infinitive or parenthetical remarks, however relevant, are usually unnecessary. Also, never ever use repetitive but people mostly they repeat the same things. For example, they say both of the elements and all the elements. So both have the same meanings. If you say all of the elements or both of the elements may have same meaning, so you no need to repeat. And contractions aren't good style and shouldn't be used in formal writing, a way to mash together two words in order to make them shorter, right? So for example, in this table you can find uh, common contractions in English aren't so you don't need to make it short. For example, most of the people they used to chat more, and they and for quick writing they avoid writing a long sentence or word. They just put some commas and use the contractions, so avoid them in manuscript writing. Reference management software, as I told you, you should keep Mendeley or EndNote with you to be downloaded. I think most of you have, and you should have an account for that. In that case, it is very good. If you don't have your PC or laptop with you, if somewhere you want to, you still want to work or read some articles relevant to your paper, to your manuscript. So if you have already saved your data in the Mendeley, you just sign in, log in into the Mendeley, and you can see all of your stuff already saved in the folders in the Mendeley. So uh, another important benefit of using the software is that you can easily manage referencing into the paper text anytime, and it saves a lot of time, because during paper writing you cannot just go to the referencing section and write each and every element of referencing into your paper one by one. It will be more difficult. uh, Rather, you can just go and just uh, click on the paper and use your Mendeley and cite your paper directly from the database which is already present in your Mendeley. And again, I would suggest that if you are using Mendeley, so if you should make proper folders or for your manuscript, for your thesis, for your manuscript number 2, for your manuscript number 3, or maybe for the methodology manuscript number 1, for the literature, for the introduction section of manuscript number 2, whatever suits you best. But manage them according to the folder, accordingly the folders. But before going to develop folders in the Mendeley or making your database of Mendeley stronger, you should make folders into your laptop, and then and initially save all of your references into the folders present in your laptop first, and then you can shift them. You can export them into your Mendeley software. And these are some graphical softwares which would be used once you are using figures or simulation graphs or related graphs. For example, in simulation, you can use MATLAB, Maxima, Aspen, Aspen Hysys, Aspen Plus, and numerical softwares. These are not but limited to. There are so many other softwares you can use. These are just few examples. For plotting, you can use Excel. Is still it's old, but it's very easy and user friendly. So that's why, and the data is very easy to manage in Excel. But if you want to use Origin, I suggest, excuse me, I suggest you should keep your data in Excel. And once you are preparing your graph, so you can just export that data into Origin or Sigma and then make your graph accordingly. Because graphical presentation or graphical clarity in Origin is much better than the Excel. But data management of Excel is much better than Origin. So manage your data in Excel and make your graphs in Origin or Sigma or any other software which is more relevant to you. Because most of the people, if you are from environmental management, maybe you are working on GIS. So in GIS, there are more graphical methods available over there, because you can directly take the graphs from the GIS ARC software. So accordingly, if you are working on the waste management, there are more software in the waste management. If you are working on the uh, mm, wind power, so you can work from the WASP. There are more relevant graphical presentations in the WASP. And if you are working on the solar, you can find different. So it depends upon your immediate work background. Statistical softwares, SPSS, can be used, but statistical work can also be done in the MATLAB. So you can use both of the software. Engineers normally do use MATLAB, but the social sciences or the people's related to other sciences use normally SPSS for statistical data uh, compilation. Check before submission. Once you have already prepared your manuscript, you have proved, read that, you have shown to your peers. But I suggest before giving it to your advisor, you should check that number the pages consequently, consecutively, beginning with the first or title page. Most of the journals, they want to your graphs and tables are embedded in the paper. Most of them, they want their your graphs and your tables must be in a separate files, submitted in a separate file. And some of the journals, they want your graph and tables to be at the end of your paper, but in a single file. So please keep watching these things. Once you have seen in the suggestions, you do it accordingly, but check whether the page numbers are well given, provided, and title page is there, your abstract page is there, and your text is there, your graphs are there, your tables are there, numbered your tables are well in a sequence. Read the title headings again of each tables, because it must reflect what is provided in the table or in the graph. Don't avoid using long sentences which are not actually given. But after reading your captions in the figure or table, one must understand that what you are trying to explain. So it is um, very good to write actual things under your graph or tables. Search the text for references to tables to make certain that each table is referred. You need to check. Okay, there is one good thing that I would like to suggest you. Make a print out of that. The form is given in front of you. Uh, this one is very good, excellent. Once you are going to prepare your manuscript and you are ready to give your manuscript to your advisor or submit your manuscript to any journal, you should check each and every box here, right? Because this contains complete things which I just described previously. For example, before submitting your manuscript, do you have the cover letter? So you can check that. List correct journals editor in chief. So list correct journal editor in chief. Describe why manuscript is a good fit for. So in cover letter, what you need to describe the editor. If the editor name is not there, you can just write down editor in chief. Describe why your manuscript is well fit for this particular journal. You can just talk about the scope in that point. I will show you few examples of cover letter. Recommends peer reviewers. So as I told you that most of the journals, I think 90% of the journals, they ask you to suggest a few reviewers, maybe 3 or maybe sometimes 5. So I suggested don't put the reviewer from your own institute. Don't ever put the name of any reviewer from your own institute. It makes a bad impression, because if they don't know, still they would like to check. If the editor don't check, the reviewer will see that if the student is already in their university, so it doesn't sound good, I think. Secondly, if you would like to include one reviewer from your own country, so that's enough. Don't put more than one reviewer name from your own country. This is another suggestion. But if you put two, it's sometimes it works, but sometimes it puts some bad impression on the reviewer or editors, because there is some conflict of interest and some kind of not publication ethics doesn't allow you to do such things. So you should just keep in your mind. And I think once you are writing your manuscript, you should make a separate file, and with discussing, if you don't know any appropriate reviewer from the world, you can take suggestion from your advisor as well. You can take the names by your advisor and put them into a separate file, and once they are used, try to submit your manuscript, at that time you can just put those names and give those suggestions to that journal. Formatting allows journal guidelines from website. Yeah, I said you that in which journal you are publishing. download their suggestion instruction, and follow their guidelines, their formatting guidelines, how you need to put the headings, what headings should be there in your manuscript, and what references should you include, what is the criteria of reference, what is the format of referencing style, and figure quality, tables quality. They should be in a separate file or in a combined file. So these all things are given there. If not, so you can, as I told you, download few papers from that particular journal, read them, and you can see the standard methods from there. Check objectives, hypothesis, purpose, or aims are clearly mentioned under the introduction section and consistent. See your last paragraph of introduction section, and you can just recheck it. Excuse me. And then data and results quantified, use number, ranges, p-value, and consistent among the following results section of abstract, results section of manuscript body. 6 figures are appropriate and consistent. Tables and figures, high quality, no blurry images, number of each table. So no minor errors, typos, grammar, syntax, font, color, abbreviations, references have no minor. So this checklist will provide you all the correction. Previously, I suggested you that you have 2 choices of proofread. One choice is that you can check it component wise, and the second section is second idea is you can check it component wise, section wise. Sorry. So this checklist will cover all those components as well as the sections which are provided. I suggest you, once you complete your manuscript, you download and print this checklist and tick complete all the checklist, and then you are ready to submit. Indicate by a marginal note a place of for each table. Examine your text table's legend to make certain that each reference cited is accurately represented in the reference list. Examine your reference list to make certain that each work list there is accurately referred. So examine each in the bibliography means you have to check again and again. Prepare adequate legends for an illustrations double spaced on a separate page. Yes, if you are connecting one sentence, if don't make it half by half in 2 different pages. Another thing, once you are submitting, because some of the journals they want your paper to be in Word format, and some of them they want your paper into PDF format, and some of the paper they want your paper to be in Word format in separate files. But once you submit, they send a proofread to you in a single PDF file which contains your letter, your references, your manuscript, your figures, your tables. Please also check if there is any mistake or table up and down, because once the file goes to reviewer, some of the reviewer understand that this fault maybe arises by the editorial section of the journal, but some of the reviewers they don't understand. They just put a remark that your table is not appropriately mentioned or provided in the paper, or maybe your sentence are not well arranged. But this is obviously not your fault, because once you have submitted your paper, uh, in the editorial board will merge all of your uh, data provided, means your graph, your tables, your paper, each and everything, and combine it. There are chances there would be some mistakes in the final PDF format. But before submitting or before accepting the proofread, you should just check it. If there is any mistake, you can make corrections accordingly and then resubmit it. Maybe in the next section, after summarizing it, the presentation would be much better. So before final submission, every journal, good journals, normally the high rank journals, they ask you that please, the PDF file has been generated for your manuscript. Please go through the PDF file and accept if it is acceptable and correct. So in that case, I suggest you should look into it, that because some alignment uh, problems, maybe some sentence problems may arise during the editorial uh, format setting. So again, carefully read your final transcript, typescript at least twice. Excuse me. In case of online submission, prepare the files according to the instructions for authors and provide the software you have used. Kept for your files a complete copy of your manuscript and accompanying material. Now, once you submit, please keep the file with you, keep a copy with you. No, nowadays tables figure are usually inserted in the electronic manuscript at appropriate position. So this is the thing which I talked previously, that nowadays they used to ask you for separate files for figures and tables. Okay, submission documents may cover the cover letter, the article text, figures and tables, supplementary materials, preferred and non-preferred reviewers. Mostly preferred reviewers. They don't ask about non-preferred reviewers. But apart from these things, they also ask you for graphical abstract and the highlights of your manuscript. High rank journals mostly, they ask you for these things as well. So let's talk about the cover letter. Actually means a lot for the editor. Many authors are unconcerned about that. They just write it as a formality and send to the editor. But if they do mistakes in the cover letter, the editor don't see even your paper. They just refuse it by reading your cover letter. The cover letter is the first document that the editor will read before deciding whether the article is worth being considered. I suggest to put some scope of the scope of your article as well, because the editor, once he read or he or she reads the letter, he should find out that you have conducted the work which is very closely related to the scope which covers under that particular journal, so that he may not goes into these into the depth, into the scope of the paper. He just go towards directly towards your abstract. High ranking journal receives many more articles than they can publish, thus bringing the relevance. So yes, because if they receive more articles, they just go, they don't have time to go through each individual paper. They just go through the cover letter first and then your abstract and title. These three things are the most important, because once you write your cover letter, definitely you will mention your title in your cover letter. So they are more concerned about your title and abstract and your cover letter. Make the cover letter count by emphasizing why the topic of your article is important, how your key results have advanced the previous knowledge on that topic, and why the readers of the journal need to find out. So this here you can just go to your conclusion section and you can take few points from there and you can include into your cover letter to prove yourself that why your paper is more important to be published than others. Because if their journal require maybe 40 or 50 papers, but the journal mostly receive 500 papers, you can check the journal's percentage of acceptance from the website of the particular journal. You can find that how many papers they receive each and every month, and how many of the month or year, or how many of them will be accepted at the end. Keep the cover letter relevant and short, no longer than one page. Figure 1 is an example. Now I will show you the This is a cover letter. You can just go through it later on. And this is another cover letter taken by the University of Alberta. So it's very precise, and you can see that the manuscript is well mentioned. So it belongs also to chemicals and materials engineering. You can see this cover letter. Okay, now second thing is be patient, uh, because some of the journals, they take long time. Some of the journals may take shorter time. But if your paper is sent, because you can see the status of your paper each and every time. Once you submitted your paper, you can check the status, that whether your paper is still with the editor, or he has sent to any reviewer yet or not. Because if he has sent to any reviewer, your paper initial screening is passed. This is again a good news, because some of the papers immediately get rejected at the editorial phase. If your paper is sent to the reviewer, then you have passed 30%, because 30% your paper is good to be sent for the reviewers. Now it's part of reviewer. Some of the journal, they send your paper to less number of reviewers, for example 1 2 3 reviewers. Some of the journal, they send your paper to maybe more than 5 reviewers. I have seen that if you sent your paper to the institutional journals, for example one journal which belongs to any institute, for example Journal of Chiang Mai, Chiang Mai Journal of Science, or Journal of University Science Malaysia, or Journal of Korean Institute of Environmental Engineers, of Journal of an American Institute of Chemical Engineers. These kind of journal, they send to less number of reviewers. But if you submit your paper to renowned journals, for example elsewhere, or Springer, or Taylor and Francis, or Williamson, so Village Library, these journals, they send your paper mostly more than 5 number of reviewers. Luckily, if you get 5 of the 5 reviewers, they are more relevant to your research area. But unluckily, if few number of the reviewers are more relevant to your research area, but high number of reviewers are not related to your research area, so in this case you can see figure in front of you, that uh, reviewer number 1, if it's closely related to your research area, accept your paper and make few suggestions. But the reviewer number 2, he just push you downwards because he don't like your paper. He checks the things which are not very much necessary in the paper. For example, he says that your paragraph is not good, with some excuses which don't allow the paper to be rejected at initial phases. Mostly the paper is rejected on the basis of plagiarism, on the basis of some uh, technical characterization, less characterization, or less appropriate methodologies are used. But if your paper have some English corrections required at few places, or graph or paragraphs are not well managed, these kind of problems, they just give you a major or minor revisions. But some reviewers, they reject at this stage. So please don't worry. Rejection is also a part of your process of manuscript publication. Don't worry about that. It may improve your writing skills actually. So in that case, if you are worried about that, you should submit to the journal whose reviewing process is very short, right? So keep sending your paper to the reviewer, to the journal whose reviewing process is less than 1 month, or maybe 2 weeks or 1 week, right? The journals which I provided in my previous slides, most of them have very short reviewing time. So again, if you are finding a journal for you, you should keep in your mind that the review time must be very short. Excuse me. uh, Acceptance without rejection. So this is very rare, and I have not seen yet. Even I have reviewed so many papers, but I haven't accepted without revision, because there are mistakes. Even a person himself can find little mistakes in his paper, but if you send to any reviewer, so that those mistakes are easily can be digged out from your paper. So you need take no further action until the proofs. So in that case, yes, obviously you just proofread and said it again. But very rare case, maybe 1% or 2% chances. Minor revision requested. Again, I say that very few or less chances of minor revision with accepted. Consider the suggestions. Mostly English mistakes, typo errors, or paragraph errors. These kind of things may uh, take you towards minor suggestions. And major revision requested. Most of the paper get this kind of comment with major revision. Uh, you will have to think hard. Major revision are sometimes text errors, sometimes you need to repeat your experiments, and sometimes you need to do more characterization to support your paper. So in that particular case, I suggest what I suggest to my student, and also in this session, that uh, before sending your paper, you should do more and more characterization which support your results. Because if you are doing, for example, if you are finding the energy level of any biomass, so in that case you have to find out how you have conducted its gasification process, or the gasification process which you have adopted must be replicate in the equipment for characterization to find out your TGA value or DTG value, or your another supporting characterization could be the CNHS, which support your because of the percentage of individual uh, element in your biomass may help to gasify it and give you more energy in terms of some gas generation, gas production. So this kind of characterization, and again, HPLC used for analyzing your flue gases from the equipment, and then flue gases percentage according to, if you conduct characterization of flue gases, then the reviewer may suggest you that if flue gases percentage is this with your single uh, velocity. So if you vary the velocity, what would be your impact of the variable velocity on your uh, composition of gases? So in that case, if you have three variables, you need to characterize your product with the three variables, not only a single variable. Because a reviewer may ask you in the future that if you don't put, he may ask you to conduct again characterization for the else, for the remaining products which you have got after varying your velocity, air velocity ratio, velocity ratio, and oxygen ratio. So these kind of things may be uh, priorly set before you send your article to the journal. uh, Rejection, if your paper is rejected, as I already told, there are so many reasons for rejection, and normally no journal give you the reason directly. They just say that your paper is not well fit, or they may say there's your journal, your paper scope is not under the scope of the journal, is not well fit, or this kind of thing. They don't reject you by saying that your paper have a lot of English mistake, or doesn't have any good methodology, or they make it very short, and they don't criticize on your article. They just say that your paper is not well fit with their journal. But some of the journals, they provide you the remarks of the reviewers. If they give remarks of the reviewer, then you can easily find why your paper has been rejected. But if they don't give you remarks, now this is the time you need to find your own mistakes. So I think giving remarks is better than not giving remarks, because if they give remarks before sending to another journal, your paper will be much better. So there is a case, but don't worry. Uh, I've seen there was my one student, one PhD student. He submitted his paper to well, uh, I think the journal was from MDPIL. It's an open access. I suggested not to submit to open, but he was saying that I will get the chance to pay for that. But he submitted to MDPI, but uh, they suggested major review. I think 5 reviewers give him 100 and more than 100 review points. So I and he checked the review points, and we just suggested and made the corrections and sent the paper again. And then a few of the reviewer accepted it. 2 of them again gave minor revisions. Minor revisions means they just gave 2 points. Uh, those points were either not under the scope of that article actually. uh, Even then we just worked on that, and we corrected those points and resent to the reviewers, and both of the reviewers accepted the paper. They said paper is accepted, but the editor said that I will keep the paper for a few days and will inform you, because we have checked from the status the paper was accepted by the reviewer. And after a few days, the editor sent back the papers while saying that paper is rejected. So we wrote a letter to the editor that the paper has been accepted by all the reviewers. So could you please tell us that what is the reason of rejection, just to for our future corresponding. So the editor said that it is the right of the editor. He can reject your paper without any further reason. So I was shocked, but you can find these kind of editors, reviewers in different journals. So don't be worried about that. I said to my student that don't worry, uh, this could happen because now your paper is well furnished. If you send it to any journal without any fee, it will be published. I'm sure. So we sent it to Brazilian journal, and it was published within 2 months, even accepted and published. So I said that MDPI was asking for, I think, 1,700 franc for the paper, but in the other journal, they just uh, published it without asking for charges, and it was even more than 3 impact factors. So I said that you are lucky that it was rejected by the editor. So, but these kind of things may happen in future, but don't worry about that. Uh, this could happen. It is part of just your your studies and research and publications. You will see such kind of things in future. So don't worry. Just make correction and resubmit to elsewhere. So rejection is doesn't mean that your paper is not good or not appropriate to be published. So your paper is even good sometimes, but maybe reviewers not able to understand your paper, is not from your relevant area of studies, or maybe because most I also get papers for review that are not very closely relevant to me. I immediately return them. I return them, and while saying that this is not my research areas, I'm very sorry to for not accepting or reviewing. So because, but maybe most of the reviewer, they say that maybe we should learn for after reviewing the paper, they should just accept it. So I think it's not good that if the paper is not under your research area, your scope, so you should not review it. It will make a bad impression on the future will not be good for the future of student or scientist. Why rejected? There are typically 7 groups of reasons, but more than that, I think all of them I have discussed. Self-identification issues, high number of self-citations, avoid more self-citations, use more appropriate citations than using your own citations closely related to references, uh, citations from website articles in foreign language, formatting style, partial references, use proper citations, general style using cliche expressions, using undefined acronyms, spelling mistakes, and not following the emerald format. Numbers, do not label numbers or use too many. Uh, so these may create problems. Articles, objectives do not define the purpose of the article. So objectives should be appropriate and closely match your article. What you have done in the methodology and results must match your objectives. And please make sure that if you have provided one objective or 2 or 3 objectives, all of your objectives must be accomplished. And if the objectives are not accomplished, remove the objectives from your manuscript and make it shorter. It is best. So don't put the objectives which are not actually accomplished by you in the experimental work. Uh, Method, for instance, by a simple and adequate method which is not available, because there are some standard method which are uh, already available in ASTM standards. So if you follow the standard method from ASTM, just give a reference number of ASTM that you have taken the standard method from there. It is very quite understandable, and well define your methodology section. But if you give some method without referring it, or if a method which is not appropriately taken from some suitable sources, may cause rejection of your paper. Contribution, give the each and every person who have contributed. For example, if someone contributed in your paper, proofread in the by funding you. For example, the funding agency of in your case in PhD or masters in Prince of Songkhla University, and even you have conducted most of the results taken by the Scientific Equipment Center, I think, in PSU. So you can also include the name of Scientific Equipment Center in your acknowledgement, because his support was also there if you have conducted. But I don't know, or maybe your department has supported you to conduct your experimental work. They have provided you workstation, so you need to put their name as well in the acknowledgement. And your supervisor, co-advisor must be in your author's line. So let's talk about the Web of Science and the high quality publishers. I think you are already aware of that what is the history. I'm not going into the history of Web of Science, but just recalling the SCI indexing, because some of you have confusion that SCI, SCIE, or SCI ESCI. What does they mean and what is the difference? So your university, in case of Prince of Songkhla University or any other university, they have the requirement of publishing at least 2 papers for PhD and 1 paper for masters, but they should be from they should be ISI indexed and in the Web of Science. So Web of Science is also nowadays database is available in the Clarivate. The source is actually the Clarivate, which was Thomson Reuters. You also know already aware of the name of Thomson Reuters, and ISI was initially generated in 1955 by Garfield, and then the rights were purchased by Thomson Corporation and then named it ISI, and then merged with Reuters in 2008 to form Thomson Reuters. And in 2016, the scientific and scholarly business of Thomson Reuters, including the product services former ISI, was spun out by Clarivate, and now it is Clarivate, British American publicity traded analytics company, which is just having the database of all ISI index journals. You can just go through the website and see relevant. Now there are products under the Web of Science. These are Science Citation Index, which you call SCI, Science Citation Index Expanded, Social Sciences Index deals with the social sciences, Arts Humanities deals with the AH, Emerging Source, Book Citation Index, Conference Proceedings, and so on. There are so many other things which are very. If you have any confusion in understanding of these citation indexes, you can ask. Impact factor is obtained from journal citation reports on 3-year basis for each journal. There is an editorial review process, peer review process, timely publication check, new content check for a journal to be included in the Web of Science. And they also see the competence. Now let's talk about the scopus. Most of the university or institution, they ask for a scopus journal, your paper to be published in Scopus. Scopus actually managed by SciMago journal and country rank. It gives the rank for each and individual journals, comes under the Scopus, and Scopus ranking is divided into different quartiles, quartile 1, 2, 3, and 4, which in your maybe in case of the university, they call it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Likewise, for example, quartile 1 occupied the top 25% of the journals. So obviously, if your journal have impact factor in the Web of Science, that impact factor is more than 3, obviously it will be included in Q1 in Scopus database. Because if it's high impact, it has high impact factor in ISI, it must be high ranked in Scopus as well. So these are very well matched with each other. So, but still there is one thing, that if one journal covers several topics, for example, Journal of Environmental Chemical Engineering, it covers the topic of chemical engineering, the topic of environmental engineering, the topic of waste management, the topic of pollution. So each and every topic section in this journal will cover a different quartile. For example, chemical engineering portion part of that journal is Q1, and environmental side is Q2, and other rest of the parts are Q1. So overall, the rank of the journal will become Q1. You can also see the quartile from here. So let me show you. For example, I'm searching Journal of Environmental Chemical Engineering. You can see that Journal of Environmental Chemical Engineering is UK based journal, and operated by elsewhere publisher, and it's have H index 90. Now you can see that this paper contains chemical engineering Q2, pollution Q2, and in 2021, the chemical engineering Q1 and all the parts, including pollution, process chemistry, and waste management, till 2021 they are under Q1. So Before that, if we analyze, this journal in 2016 was not in Q1, that was in few section that was in Q1. In 2014, it was all in Q2. So it improved its result, and nowadays its impact factor is more than 7. And you can see its SJR value from here. It's yearly SJR value, site score, and citations, and overall ranking of the journal. You can see from here. It's Q1, and SJR is 1.04, which is very high. Even this kind of SJR value you can find comes under more than 5 impact factor. So these are the comments from the different. Let's go again to the. Yes, so from there you can see the quartile of any journal you wish to. So if you have any manuscript, we can discuss those manuscripts. But before that, I should just go through a few more slides, and then we will discuss about the answering questions and any relevant research paper. If you have, we can discuss it. This is journal selection criteria. You as I suggested, please don't go to exclusively commercial, because here you can see that commercial journals publishes contains Endavi, Frontiers, MDPI, Biomed, and other journals which provide open access, but they also have free of charge with, I think, reprint option is there. So after publication, they make your paper open access for 1 month. Excuse me. Similarly, if you want to select the journal, go to the MJL journal list, master journal list, and then find. I will show you how to do it. And find journal ISSN number. This is the digital number provided for each journal and the paper. The impact factor, as I already told you. What is H and I index? Once you publish your paper will be cited by a number of researchers. So H index is the number of citations per number of papers. For example, you have 9 papers, your 4 papers are cited 4 times, so your H index is 4, and your 5 papers are cited 5 times, so your H index is 5. So likewise, 6 papers are cited 6 times, so 6 is your H index. I index, let's talk. So this is the formula you can, excuse me. This is the formula you can use to calculate your H and I index. I index is actually the citations, 10 citations for 1 paper is your 1 I get your 1 I index. 2 paper with 10 index will get 2 I index. And ethical policy, I again say that ethical policy, plagiarism must not be plagiarized. Don't put the names of the authors which doesn't have any contribution in your paper. So drafting, revising, give references for, even if you take any picture and include it in your introduction section, please give reference to that. Author must acknowledge individuals who do not qualify. So these are the ethics you better know than me. These are the references I followed for the, and these are the sources I had adopted. I thank you, all of you, for your patience, and to the students, faculty members, and your patience, and the respected Dr. Isara, who supported for this interaction session. And if you have any question, we have, I think, 10 minutes still to discuss. Thank you very much. You can also write down in your chat box if you have any question.
Thank you, Professor. I want to ask this question. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
I'm Haitul Laudi from ADS Chiang Mai Ratchavat University. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about if we have to do like a simulation program like CFD or MATLAB, and we writing in the manuscript, and some reviewer they will ask about license or not license the program or not.
Yes, because you are using directly simulation.
Yes.
Most of the university I have seen that they give their students the work of simulation once they have the license already available. Because without license, I never have seen the university give their students the work on simulation. So if you have license, so that you can just provide them with the evidence of the license number that you have your license purchased by your institute.
Okay.
Because if you have conducted the simulation, so you must have the license, institutional license. Because as I told you that this is ethical policy of the publication. Everything you put in your paper, or every reference you give in your paper related to software, you must provide the proper that the simulation software was purchased from this and by our institute. So it is very important and mandatory.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Most welcome. I have another question. I don't know. I just got Mr. Douglas. Thank you very much. Thank you that you have appreciated. And the rejection, as I told you, is not the end of the paper, actually, not end of your research. It is just the beginning. May they have provided you with some comments. I just suggest that you should improve your paper with those comments. And if you have any related help you need, then we are most welcome. So if any other have any question, I'm here to answer, but it is not limited to this session. My email address is given in the presentation. The first slide, you can just have an email. You can send an email to me and asking whatever suggestion you need. And I will be glad to hear you in the future as well. And will be happy for any future interaction if possibly arranged. So thank you. If you have any question, we still have, I think we still have 5 minutes. There is a question. I have a question, sir. If reviewer rejects my journal, my paper, is there any method to pursue that? Why my paper was rejected? As I told you during my session, that why your paper is rejected, what are the main causes? Most of the editor, they send you the reviewer's comments while saying that your paper is rejected. So you can work on those specific comments and make corrections of your paper. But most of the edit, if it was rejected immediately after you send it, means within 1 or 2 or 3 days, it means that you are out of their scope, or your plagiarism is higher than the required plagiarism, what they have mentioned. But mostly, you must be under 15, under 15% in most cases. But if higher than 15, then they can just ignore it in the references section or in the title section or in the author name section, because name section are excluded. So in that case, if immediately rejected, I would like to, I must say that it is due to the plagiarism, or you are out of scope. You search for the best scope. And if rejected after a long time, then you can make some corrections in your characterization, in your methodology, in your English. If they suggested you, then it's good. The reviewers' comments, if you get, then it's better. But so I hope the question is well answered. Or uh, anyone else have any question? I think most of the participants are from PSU. I think yes, Dr. Sutipong, am I right? I have just invited few of my students from my university as well. They are also participating, but most of you are, I think, from PSU. So we still have 2 minutes or 5 minutes to answer your questions.
Excuse me, sir. Which are the most recommended journals for renewable energy and sustainable energy related research?
Which are the most related?
Recommended.
Recommended.
Yeah. Which you will recommend for this?
I would like to suggest you that if you have already written your paper, then it would be easy to find out the best suited and best well-matched scope paper in the MJR list. For example, if I go to, let me share you. For example, if I go to MJL, Master Journal list of Web of Science, because initially I suggest you to find out your journal in the Clarivate. This one is the best source, I think. So in Master Journal list, you can just directly name your journal, or if you have talked about renewable energy, so excuse me, you can just write down the keywords and you can find the number of journal. For example, Journal of Renewable Energy. This is under Science Citation Index Expanded. You can go to the profile page and you can find out the journal impact factor. Secondly, you can find International Journal of Renewable Energy Development. Third, you can find International Journal of Renewable Energy Research, renewable energy. So these are number of journals. These are most appropriate. These are most recommended for the renewable energy because they mostly cover only renewable energy part. As you are asking about renewable energy, so I'm talking about mostly recommended journals for renewable energy and sustainable. So these are the journals which are mostly recommended. If you can, I will just give you the link in the chat section. Later on, you can use it to download whatever. All right. And I think we have another. What is the percentage of publishing SLR in Q1? It depends. The percentage actually it varies with respect to the journal, because SJR contains more number of journals, but uh, with respect to your in Q1, it depends upon your manuscript, about the quality of your manuscript. If it's a high quality, so in that case could be published in Q1, but if it is in it depends upon the quality. But initially I suggest you should don't be much underestimated. You should submit in Q1 rank journal first. After, if you give acceptance with some minor or major suggestion, it would be very lucky for you. But if you don't get suggestions or rejection, doesn't mean that your paper is not good, but you can improve your paper as well. But I suggest that first go for Q1 and high impact journal. High impact means not in the maybe in the middle. Impact factor from 3 to 5 is good for initial writers. 3 to 5 is good, and in Q1 you can just submit your journal. But other than that, you can also find some institutional this as I mentioned, that you can find in MJL master journal list and SciMego also you can find journal relevant to the renewable energy. But if you want to submit your paper other than that, you can find some institutional journals as well. There are some institutional journals which are in Clarivate or in Scopus, but they also take shorter time to publish. For example, environmental engineering research, they also accept papers from renewable energy. They have shorter time, only 2 weeks of review time. And more other than that, there are some American journals which are also recommended in your case. So I can list you the names in this chat box. Later on you can see. So I think we have the time to end our today's session. So thank you everyone for attending this interactive session. And thank you, Dr. Sutipong. Thank you, Dr. Isara. Thank you, Dr. Kwanan. Thanks to him also. He's just gave this opportunity to us. See you then.